ba. Good morning. Premiere the mod on YouTube now. We're doing more. We have to do part 2. I was really torn just because I have what feels like a lot to do. But I couldn't stop myself from wanting to finish the game. The part 2. So I might have to be willing to take more hints this time because I have to limit it to today. That's probably going to be what I'll say. So I might just use my safety word a bit more frequently than usual. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, innit? Happy Tuesday, innit? All right, let's spin the wheel. We got to get started. We're continuing the root trees are dead because there's like a part 2. We did finish the main story, but there's like a secondary story you can do. Puzzmo. Okay, Puzzmo, quick. No fucking around today, okay, chat? Quit fucking around. Mellies. Get in line. Chris. Yeah. Got to put my brace on. Oh God, don't get old. First Ray was exactly the same to the Game Jam. Root Tree Mania was made for the Steam version slightly later. Oh, interesting. I don't think I can really give you a bet for circuits here, or I don't know how, so we're just gonna do it. Okay. Quickie minigame. In case you're new here, we're playing a completely different game than usual. It's, I guess, in the Blueprints wheelhouse, if you like story games, right? We're continuing that. We're doing a minigame first. What do we got? All right, so I just have to complete the phrases, kind of. Runway model and role model. Boom. Boom. Model citizen, Mr. Citizen. Model train. Model Smith, Mr. Smith. Huh? Mr. Rogers, Model Rogers. I was going to start with that. Mr. T, Model T. Oh. Wow, I'm actually shocked by that. T-Pain, Fuel Pain. Funny Broth. Funny Bone, T-Bone. Bone Broth. There you go. High and Mighty. Bone Marrow. High and Marrow. Bone Spur. High and... What phrase starts with high and other than high and mighty? I'm trying to think of the clean now. What phrase ends with clean? Spot clean? No. I always end up kicking myself after these, pretty much every time. Oh, come on, there's only 2 left. Bone marrow, bone spur, bone broth. Boneropolis. High and... I have no clue. Okay, what do you got, chat? High and dry. Bone dry and dry clean. It's true. It's true. Okay, let me try this one for a minute. T. Fuel line. T line. Line biology, no. Fuel cap. T-cap, cap biology. Something biology, huh? But some of you nerds would know this one very quickly. Fuel line, fuel cap, fuel tank. No. Fuel. I don't know. It's got to be some nerd shit. But I don't know. I don't know the sciences, chat. I'm going to be honest with you. Oh, and then no idea. Trying to think of a type of biology. Good luck, though. All right. What do you got? What do you got, nerds? Come on, tell me. I don't see anything. Cell? Even if I thought of it, I wouldn't even know that it was right. All right, let's get to work. Hurry, 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 hurry. Okay. What's a bet I can give you all day? I would say like complete the game today, but I'm gonna make sure that happens, even if I'm just reading through a guide by the end of the day. So what's another one that I think could be interesting? I don't know. Without hints in 7-ish hours. And you got stuck hard? I'm trying to think. It's gotta be something cool here, right? I was anniversary day. Right to inform you that you've been using the word junction when you mean juncture. Have I? It does sound like something I probably have done. I feel like I use the word junction surprisingly often. In my head, I do. When do I even say it? It's persistent and endemic. But now you've used another word I don't even understand. Anyway, thank you so much for the 14 months. We're talking about YouTube. Just call it engagement bait then, I guess. Just call it engagement bait then, I guess, right? I don't actually do it on purpose, but yeah. You got baited? You done got baited, baby. Okay, I gotta come up with a bet here. Okay, here, I got a new one. Mention semen today. In any way, chat. Let's face the facts. The odds are low for me to not mention semen. It's actually surprisingly low, I would argue. Although, with this game distracting me, it might not be so bad. It's somehow surprisingly low. I'm going to give you, since it's an all-day bet, you have 10 minutes to bet. So a long time. And let me be clear, it doesn't start till the bets have closed. So if I mention semen in the next 10 minutes, that is okay. Capiche? I wouldn't do that, though, to you. I'm surprised they let me give you that bet, but yeah. Okay. I get the semen out while I can. I guess so. Can anyone help me get my semen out? Okay. All right, so I gotta hit... Is it continue? No, it was not continue. I've already made my first mistake. Egg cream on stream. I don't know if I want to. How do I leave? I'm a secret root tree with a $sign. New game, Root Tree Mania. Find out what happens to the infamous family in a whole new mystery. We'll spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. Choose a save slot, whatever. I am in your blunt rotation? What does that mean? Like, you're passing the blunt to me?
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking.
No.
But life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Clark? Okay, yeah, the advertising guy. Bulge. I'm next. I'm gonna pass the blunt down the line. I'll do a fake puff for you though.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress.
Oh, is he taking
My mother's
over?
deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge the Clancid Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. That was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
This phrase has really hit different in more recent years. Can we agree? All right. What's up, mold? Okay, hold on. Sit up, straighten up, chat. Balls out, tits out. I'm not going to mention the thing that comes from the balls. That being piss. Of course. Okay, so now there's separate. Okay, so there's basically just a separate tree now. Possible infidelity 1. Possible infidelity 2. What? Infidelity. Split up. Possible infidelity 3. Jesus. So basically, some of these fuckers cheated and had some offspring or something like that. That's what it seems like, potentially. Okay. So on these root trees, they're too fascinating. These rich cocksuckers. Oh, too much? Notable events, the 6 pieces. The root tree rift. Clark, Rafferty, LaRue, 5 Ps, root tree mania, Anonymom. Anonymom? Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for a book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The root trees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Root Tree was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months at the time. Carl had not yet been replaced. In March, the Root Tree Company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the clan's trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be root trees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Oh my god. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Root Tree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a root tree. The root tree's legal team was then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim, and in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a root tree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the root trees. Okay, so just give him the money then. Anonymom and a Jane Doe root tree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymom, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with the root tree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret root tree and therefore entitled to a share of the clan's trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter of the Root Tree Mania saga. As more and more of Anonymom's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed Five Pieces in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers, proved that her daughter was not a root tree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Root Tree Mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay. I would almost guess two semi-ironic things happened here, right? 5Ps did it just for the publicity, but it turned out he was a root tree at the end of the day by accident, and he's just like, oh shit, really? And Anonymom did think legitimately that she had slept with a root tree and it gave birth to Jane Doe root tree, therefore, right? But was somehow misled and therefore was corrected later on. That's my foretelling. Capiche? Okay, so there's nothing else to see here right now, it seems to me. Previously on, do I have to read this? New investigation with a new focus after many months of newfound interest in the retreats. It is recommended you try to catch up with some of what happened since last time. Some web searches may yield new or different results. Oh, fuck. And some books and magazines from your previous investigation may be relevant to your new one. Oh, no. It's also a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Oh. Not all of them will be used. So that probably means that deduction will be a smaller part of the game. You know what I mean? In other words, once we get down to just a couple names, that's not going to happen like last time, and you can just deduce it like that, which maybe I kind of prefer anyway. Below is a reminder of some of the most notable beats of your initial dive into the Root Tree family. All evidence from before is still available, and for your convenience, any searches that did not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. You gotta put the first and last name separately. Oh shit, wait, that's actually hard. Root Tree Candy Company was founded by Elias and Gwyneth many years ago. The entire family has a financial reliance on the health of that company. Most of the action took place in or around Butler County, Pennsylvania. Elias, Carl, and Raina were on the cover of magazines. Okay. Other notable Root Trees such as Lauren Root Tree, Miracle, and Jim had physical media such as record, albums, books, and movies associated with them. Lauren's 2 diaries were probably the most useful resources overall, mentioning many of her distant relatives. The 5 pieces Elias's children could be identified based on the initials of the original candy flavors. There were 5 presidents of the Root Tree Company. Many were featured in periodicals. Okay, Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones were featured in campaign posters and led to Caroline Morden's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger rooted trees were found by following a complex rabbit hole through a conspiracy site that led to finding a searchable web address for Chris Rafferty. It's true. November Root Tree was really difficult to place. Her occupation could only be found via Brian Jones's company's website. Ronald and his brother Robert Root Tree go by Ron and Robbie. Both worked on a TV show called Brother Trouble until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. Ron unsuccessfully tried to have Robbie removed from the clan's trust. Sam and her father were cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. I don't know if I remember that part. What's up, Nico? There were also a few dead ends and red herrings. Aloysius Herring Root Tree, who claimed he was a root tree but was not. Family Man, a book about Elias Root Tree, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. I don't think I even saw that. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own. Caroline Madsen's sculptures were not useful. Oh, poor Caroline. I never read that letter book. Ah. And this is just a recap of what he told us. Okay. Okay. So, I guess we'll start off by searching 5 Ps. We must connect to the internet, the information superhighway. Why did they call it that? And who came up with that shit, too? Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting text with your mouse. 5 Ps. AKA Felix Fellows is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost rootree and entitled to part of their fortune. Al Gore invented it. Internet is not a big truck, right? Azalea's 5 Pieces is a play on 5 pieces. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music. It gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirte Dave. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother. So there's a couple things to search here. Rues the fact that his rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when she was only 16. Oh no. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new. The others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. Bird, what's up? Thank you so much for those 61 months. Hey, Evie, what'd you miss? Nothing, really. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. Oh. At first, the Root Tree Company denied it vehemently. Miracle Root Tree even appeared in the same magazine a week later, but since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. So I gotta look up News Time. There's a lot to follow up on here. Let's start with Dirty Davey, even. According to fan sites, Felix Fellows is not 5 Pieces' actual name. No shit. His birth name was David Fellows. Dirty Davey was 5 Pieces' previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under the name. There are some people selling his old mixtapes in auction sites. One is apparently Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. Okay, so it's David Fellows. Dirty Devil was 5 Pieces' first mixtape from the early 90s. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence of the mixtape online as it is, it's even harder to verify that info. I wonder if the year's going to become important, because I don't see what's useful here. Dirt Poor was a mixtape by Dirty Davey, released in '96. There's a lot of online discourse from people who like to point out that in one of the songs, Felix Fellows, David Fellows, includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin, Raina, in a list of attractive women. Dude. Bro. The lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s. It provides a crude pun or a line about what Fellows felt about them. When released in '99, much of the rhetoric was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from the X-Files. Oh. Okay, can I search Heat? I don't think that would work, right? So it says that a distant cousin. Mystery of Space and Time. I'm gonna say no. Time and Space. I'm gonna say no. Randall Band. So I don't know where to put him yet. Right? Someone really slept around though. Chat. A cousin? So we gotta find out who fucked around and when. I wonder if this is him. Because it's starred, right? Ah, that's the only starred one, so that has to be him, I think. So this is David Fellows. Occupation is musician. I don't think I have a picture yet. No, I don't. It's an old Flash game. Pretty big Flash puzzle game back in the day. Doesn't sound familiar to me, so I'm gonna guess no. Okay, go back from there. I don't know if I learned that much from this. Should I search Root of Evil? 5-piece debut album. According to various sources, the album is mostly material that 5-piece recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences in professional production. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, 5-piece announced he'd retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request the video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage to make the song even more popular. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Those monsters! Steve argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing a sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. None of this seems related to the root trees. Fuck. Chat, I mean, if anyone knows how important a missing half inch is, it's you, right? Every little centimeter counts. You know what I'm talking about? That's like 50%. Exactly. Nya. Nya. So now we gotta search news time. Major news periodical that releases a new issue every week. The rapper 5-piece famously appeared on the cover, claiming to be a root tree. Then 1 week later, Miracle Retreat did the same, denying that he was. Because of his high-profile back-to-back discourse right before the start of Retreat Mania, they appeared to be the de facto publication to get news about the ongoing Retreat saga. They reported record subscriber numbers during the time, which lasted until the end of Retreat Mania, when the world generally stopped paying much attention, and they went back to reporting on more traditional news. News time appears to be available in your periodical search now. Okay, news time. 5Ps. Hey, we got a JPEG. Felix Fellows, aka 5Ps, famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Retreat Mania. A week later, Miracle Retreat appeared on the cover of the magazine. Summary of both articles, as well as close up the photo. Okay, so if I search Miracle now, I wonder. Huh. Or was it Miracle Jr.? Yeah, same thing. It's still just in the evidence. Okay. Oh, no. Not that look, chat. Could this rapper be the next Sam Madsen? Oh, what? He's holding a photo. Guy Hudson and supposedly his mom, which is interesting. So long, chat. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows, appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. At first, I thought maybe it was going to be fake, like a red herring, because it seems too obvious that he's related to Guy Hudson. But if a DNA test proved it, I guess I should fill that in. First affair. Huh? So would Guy Hudson go here? This person is also on the original tree. Then I guess it has to be. Wait, so Guy slept around a lot? That's crazy. I don't know what his occupation was. He was the third prez. I mean, I guess I'm gonna fill that in for now. Damn, he fucked around. God damn, man. Relax. Poor Bonnie. Wait, no, Bonnie was his sister. Oh, dear. Well, hopefully she's not on this list too, then. Okay. So we don't know anything about his mother yet. His mother, Joanna, and Zach Morden's secretary. Oh, was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired. And then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that, before she quit the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4. After his father learned of the affair, Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. We don't know her last name yet, so but we know her first name is Joanna. It's kind of nice I could fill in just the first name, I guess, for now. And she was a secretary. Right? He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. Well, wait a minute. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. Jesus Christ. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. Chat. Retail then, I guess? Because it's your last job, supposedly. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. And then he found that a box hidden in the back of her closet inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away, with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. What? The only one where they were dressed? The only one not from the affair itself? What the fuck? The picture is shown in full inside the magazine and was added to your evidence. The magazine also includes some additional history about Five Pieces' career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. Riley Fellows. But assumedly, his mother's maiden name is something different, right? But has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists. Wait. Felix Fellows was born, blah, blah, blah. He has never rapped without a moniker. Does that mean David Fellows is also not his real name? He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on the street corners in Portland. He has only recently started going as Five Piece to harness power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Root Tree Company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. Also confirms that she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to the Root Tree Company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of a recent book, Root Tree has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. Dirty Davy. Oh, that's Miracle? Is this the original Miracle? Charlatans and Thieves, Miracle Root Tree fires back. It would appear that way. You know what's weird? Is that you can see Five P's reflection. It must be the photo from the magazine. You can see his reflection in his sunglasses. How odd. He uses a cane, rainbow tie, etc. Miracle Root Tree appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after Five Piece did. He vehemently denied that Five Pieces was a root tree. This article was from before the DNA test that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of Five Pieces' accusations regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with Six Pieces' content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of the Root Tree. and that Sam did the same before her. That Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning egg cream was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. It's as simple as that, chat. Just stop sinning. You know what I mean? Miracle says it was Egg Cream's own choice, and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the follow from 6 pieces. He recounts a deluge of claims to the clan's trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. He focuses on 5 Ps who appeared on news time before him. He calls them a grifter and a delinquent and says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5 Pieces of lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracles Retreat are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living root tree. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church, it's interesting they specifically put that in quotes like it might not be true. Preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son, Miracle Jr., did not wish to comment and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue through the Rootree's law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made the claim out of ignorance or spite. Interesting. I'm guessing these dates are going to be important at some point. What's up, J1? What's up, Potato? Just find a religion, right? I didn't get much out of this. There's this farewell tour, right? I suppose. Now we got this photog. Root Tree Family Picnic. This fucker right here. He's just fucking around left and right. Interesting, we got a few people in the back. Root Tree Family Picnic. Why is she wearing that photo if she's not already a root tree? That's really strange. So she attended a Root Tree Family Picnic wearing a shirt that says so. Also, but it's not a root tree. Yeah, it feels, even if she's invited as a worker, an employee, it feels really weird, though, doesn't it? Maybe it's just me. Claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Okay, poor Joanna. So we still don't know her first name. Guy Hudson. I need 4. I don't know her last name. Hey, Poetry. Final affair, second affair, third affair, fourth affair. Jesus. So apparently it's his first affair. What's happening in this one? It turns out everyone fucked around. Oh, the bet's on. I was going to mention something, but I placed a bet to say that I wouldn't right then. So I guess I'm just going to move on. You know what I mean? Family Tree Update 1998. So it was one of the original married couples whose kid that they've had that wasn't on the tree initially. It wasn't proven that the other Anana mom... It's not even infidelity. So who had a child that needs to be added here? Is it just Sam? I don't know why we're spilling the tea, yeah. I don't know why you just redo that, though. Oh, wait, did someone have a kid recently? Oh, maybe that's what it is. Family Tree Update 1998. Maybe someone did. Oh, is it them two, maybe? Because she was Pregant. She was the only known Pregant. Ah, Stephanie Landon, Brian Jones. Aha. Stephanie Landon, Brian Jones. Ah, politics. I guess I'll search her name, maybe. Hello? Nothing, huh? Brian Jones. Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones is right. Jones was the name. Campaign website, 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. What's next? There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use publicity to accomplish bigger, better things. So don't do that. Oh, but don't do that. They named the daughter after the grandmother. So... grandmother was Clara? C. The daughter's name is Clara Jones, assumedly then. Huh? There's no Clara. Am I getting that wrong? Stephanie's mother is Caroline. Her grandmother would be... Oh! Their daughter's grandmother, who was Caroline. Oh, okay. Whoopsie. Caroline, chat. Come on, get it right. No, oh, maybe it's just Carol then. Let me read it again. Where was that? Daughter was named after her grandmother. Because she was born the night before Christmas. Carol. Get it, chat? Get it? Occupation. Baby. Gotta look at the evidence now. Womp, womp, up. Hello? Family photo. Signature. Thumbs up. Poor baby does not look happy. Okay. Step 1 complete, baby. This might mean I got something wrong here. I think, actually.
Has
Beat
Clark
it, bitch.
reached out to you? Well, let me give you a
Why
short
do you hang
history
out at my
lesson
house
about
outside
the
my
last
house
few
all the
months
time?
of my life.
No, please don't, though.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be root trees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there, but the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down. The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful.
That's
Good luck.
not what I wanted to hear, really. So now she's giving me shit to read, too. So, oh, because I never got her last name, so that's why it didn't check her off. Okay. I know, like, that's the whole game, but nevertheless. So I should never have to fiddle with this, right? Yeah, so Miracle, I bet, appears somewhere in here since we have his photo. So I bet he fucked around. I bet he fucked around, baby. He couldn't have fucked around in 1921. He wasn't born yet. So it could be 1949. In fact, that's the only possible time to use his photo, probably, right? So wait, is that enough evidence for me to just fill him in here? 1949. Do I know when he was born exactly? Without having to look it up? I think he was born in like 28 or something like that. Spraying his... Oh, no, I'm not reading that. I'm not reading that. I'm going to fill it in. He's a preacher man. So we don't know the affair, though, yet. That's where I draw the line. I'm not allowed to talk about it today. I'm turning a new leaf, you know? I can talk about... But at least I can talk about vaginal discharge as much as I need. How much do I need to? You just never know when it might come up. Who are these nerds? Is the clock important? I like to think the clock's important. It's past 5 o'clock. There's a orange on the guitar. Strange, almost. Photo was given to you by Sam. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a root tree. The details of the case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Root Tree. Ah. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a root tree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth. So Regina is like the daughter of one of these two? No, her husband. So Regina is the wife of one of these two. Okay, Mary Beth Clementine. Write that down. Write it down. Mary Beth. Clementine. She was a singer? Musician? Her spouse's name, we don't actually know yet, but they said that the older boy's name, Stuart Clementine. The older boy, Stuart. Look what I can do. Oh, we don't know what his deal is. Her husband. So it's probably these two then that came forward. That's the younger. Last name Clementine. Unless it's ex-husband. Okay. Yeah, a lot of musicians. Do y'all know, like, musicians who earn money from music? Seems really hard. You know what I mean? What's up, Roseanne? What do I like most about that? I don't read chat anymore. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that worked directly for Root Tree or in their corporate office. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross. Oh, you're right. Yeah, she wouldn't be Clementine already here. Unknown. But this guy was a Clementine, assumedly. Okay. What was I cross-referencing? You're not sure how helpful it'll be, except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Well, I hope that. You know a couple, but they aren't wealthy or anything. All the music in this game is great, isn't it? Nepo babies can afford to be artistic. Yeah, it's not fair, right? Special management. Leadership is President Zach Bourne. What year is this from? Oh, 1975. Ernest Madsen Jr. Edward Roottree as office staff. Who? Lloyd Carpenter. Who? Carl Monroe. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Someone banged Elizabeth for sure. With a last name like that? Product management, Eli C., Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Secretaries, Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson. Bum. Can I get a bum? 1, 2, 3. Not quite. We don't know how they met. I don't think. Doris Mays, Beth Knox. Samantha Madsen. John Miller, Elizabeth Farrow, Thomas Green. Lots of names. But I don't know if I can make use of most of them yet. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 78. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. During 76 and 77, the following changes took place. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Madsen Jr. as special management. Patrick Decker was hired. Eli C. Roottree is no longer employed by Roottree. Ernest Madsen Jr. is now listed under product management. Special management, but also product management? Oh, okay, never mind. All right. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robertson is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Right, because she got married in that time. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Root Tree. Ah, so is it assumed that Beth Knox got knocked up? Or something like that, right? Another person has fallen to Guy Hudson. And would be the second affair, I'm going to say. I'm going to fill it in, but I'm not really certain about that. Because it's the very next year. I'm going to say secretary, but we don't actually know. Was she married? She was, so Knox is probably not her last name to be filled in there. No longer employed. Christine Farrow is no longer listed amongst the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Christine Farrow. So assuming it goes in this order, right? So did he have a thing, chat? For secretaries, maybe? Oh, Christine. I'm going to fill it in. I don't know if it's true. She was not married, so... He kept having babies. Has he Super Diamond's new interview with C-Min released today? I have not. Link it in the Discord. Is this a video or a article? What's up, Miki? Christine Garland has been hired. The guy knocked up Edward as well. Oh my. No way! From downtown! Oh my god! Oh, you got me so bad. You got me so bad. What happened? I made a bet for chat. Would I mention the S-E-M-E-N word for the rest of the day? Reggie screwed me. I think it counts. Because trickery is generally allowed. You got me so bad. I really thought. Oh my god. Now I'm disappointed that there is no interview. No new interview. Take your robles. Take them! Reggie didn't even bet. I'd never last the entire stream. I found it surprisingly difficult not to mention cum. It was almost frustrating not to be able to express myself freely. You know what I mean? And spread my beautiful seed. John Miller is no longer employed by Root Tree in 1976, huh? Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus, $50,000, huh? Wait, what? Oh, she retired in 1977. Okay, so I'm gonna guess. So she got a big bonus, so she probably did not get banged. Right, chat? Or at least not at that junction. Maybe she did get banged at some point, but it seems more like she was simply retired. Unknown. So should I just swap it to Christine Farrow? Perchance. Hush money? Well, assumingly this is someone that just retired after 50 years or something. But that was another thought as well. That is a lot of money though, right? Could be hush money, I suppose, for some of them. So she could appear somewhere on the list, but I'm going to guess it's not here because she retired like the same before he even took over as president. So it could be that she's over here somewhere. You know what I'm saying? Per chance. Okay. Where was I? Zach, yeah, because Zach Morton retirement party cost them 20 grand. They gave away $50,000 in 1976. What is 50K worth in today's money? I'm going to guess close to 150K. I mean, 50 years is a long time, but it's very generous for a company to do that. A publicly traded company? Publicly traded? No, sorry, private. Maybe it's not that crazy then. I guess we're going to move on. In 78, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period of the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Following changes were recorded. Guy replaces Zach. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. Bradford Toons is now listed as office staff. Okay. Weird, but okay. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland no longer working for Roottree. When was she hired? In 78, Guy Hudson took over. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mason are no longer employed. Oh my god, there's so many secretaries. So I might be making too many assumptions. 76 is apparently $300,000. I guess there's too many secretaries to really start making assumptions here, right? Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow. Elizabeth Farrow. There was Christine Farrow, too. And Jack Keatings are no longer employed by Roottree. Interesting. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. That was, I think, someone's husband. Robert Logan is no longer employed. William Sams was hired. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only exists for 1 year. A special services interpreter. Presidential office refurbishment for 52 grand. 1975 pieces flavor development for caviar. 10 grand a month. Edward Roottree retirement party was 7,500. Christmas tree bash 7,500. New Year's Eve ball 7,500. Some travel expenses. Holy shit, that's so much money. Butterscotch 10 grand. Caviar again? It's listed twice. Oh, for 78 and 79. 4th of July spectacular. New Year's Eve ball. Man, he just fucking spent and spent. What's up, Allie? The volatility continued. Many new employees didn't stick around very long. Following changes were recorded. Terry O'Connor was hired. Susan Ford has been moved to office staff. Felix Rosenberg is no longer employed. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews were hired. Edward Morrison is no longer employed by Roottree. So very quickly, in 1 year. Corinne and Beatrice no longer employed. Linda Lewis were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed. It feels like I need to know more before this really helps me. Gwyneth Madsen is no longer employed, but Gwyneth Cattrall is now listed. Okay, so she got married in that time probably, right? Hey, V-Dude. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. Major expenses. Strawberry. What the hell kind of a flavor is that?
6 suspenders. Hail, they look good on you.
Don't they? Butterscotch, caviar. Ugh. Was he funneling funds? Grandorf Dove no donation. I should search that, I feel. right? What's Zigua? I don't know. Maybe I should search that. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Rootry offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of the part of Pennsylvania nearby Ohio. B-Dude, you got your brace on? According to their website, it was formerly named Grandorf Dove from 23 to 90 because Grandorf was the last name of the founder and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government's officials in those early days. The staff is listed on the website. Staff is listed on the website. You can scan through all the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions that she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. I bet she banged him. I bet she banged him. I bet she sucked that dude dry. Okay. So it just says Miss Ford. So I wonder if she's in the list. Should I search Hudson Wing? Was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, now the school, first built in 82. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Rootry Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in with details from other information you've seen about the school. It mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Rootry at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school, where the Hudson Wing even existed, to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Rootry management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on the weekends, but since then has been added classes on some weekdays. So Ford, the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages. She's been working at school for over 15 years. So it's not Ford. Or maybe it is. She was responsible for securing funding. It is Ford. I thought it wasn't Ford because of the 15 years thing, but assumedly this is... Yeah. She got hired in 82, right? So someone with the last name Ford left in 82 when they opened this new campus, right? So we go back here. Susan Ford no longer works in this department. In 1980 as a special services interpreter. Susan Ford no longer employed by Rootry. Ernest Madison Jr. replaces. No change, no change. It's weird that they specify no change. Rosenberg was rehired. All 3 of them were fired. Well, maybe not fired here, right? What's up, Applecat? So it's Susan Ford. The assumption is she banged Guy at some point, but we don't know which time. She said she was learning sign language for her future husband, so it can't be her. Right? We don't know if they stayed together or not, though. She got the funding. I guess I'm just gonna put her somewhere though, so I don't forget. Ford. Nope, Susan. Susan Ford. She was a teacher. No. Interpreter? Apparently not a teacher, huh? Professor? I guess we'll say professor. Doesn't sound right. Principal? Oh, right. They mentioned principal, actually. You're right. Thank you. Okay. I might still Google Spoojle Susan Ford here, right? Let me go back one, though, here real quick. Hey, Panic, what's up? Thank you so much for the 22 months. Got a job teaching voice chatties. Yo, congratulations, Panic. Finding a stable job in my field is hard, so this feels awesome. Hey, well done. What do you mean by teaching voice? Like, to sing? The Danish word for deaf. Brandorf was the name. What if I search school instead? Probably the same thing, right? Susan Ford. Nothing. Boom, ba bum, ba ba da boom, ba. Voice lessons. So you could teach me how to sing. Not that I really need that kind of lesson. Right? Indeed you could. That's quite the challenge to take on. Whatever genre. Death metal. I can't even imitate it. Can't even imitate it. I got the pipes for it. I'm quite capable of at least projecting my voice. I really only have one volume, and it's the volume at which that would annoy you if I was in the same restaurant as you. So at least I have that going for me. Regina Clementine email. So we got 2 email addresses we could Google. Hey, Katya. What would be Panic? Do you have like a go-to song that's really difficult to sing? What about like All by Myself, Celine Dion? Or what about some of those Whitney Houston songs? What about Chandelier by Sia? Heart Will Go On. Is that one a difficult song by most standards? I don't actually know, to be clear. I'm just naming ones that come to my head. Hey, Slop. All information I have about Regina Clementine. Nee Salazar? Chat, what does that mean? Most difficult ones that require the most techniques, so not pop. Classical requires a lot more training. Like, are we talking opera? That's the birth name? I've never heard that term. So Regina Salazar. Was probably one of these guys' husband. Huh. Opera? You could teach me opera, though, right? Obviously. From New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband, Stuart Clementine. Okay. What was her first name? I already forgore. Regina Salazar. Regina Salazar. Her husband, she wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottree lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer, ACAB, and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree. Oh. But he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Never knew his father, who I thought was in the photo here, but maybe they split up when he was rather young. But I don't know what to think now. Split up. Do 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 no do do. Oh God! Knee is just a French for born. You think? Ah. Wrote to me about his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stewart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s. I should search her name then. A singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. Oh. You know what I found out? And maybe this is common knowledge, and I look like the clown here. But adoption, pretty big proponent of adoption. It turns out there's like really, not that I was looking into this recently to be clear either, but there's a really long waiting list for most adoption agencies in the United States. In other words, there's not like a slew of children necessarily waiting to get adopted, which is a good thing, you know, like it's a good thing overall. But I guess I was just kind of surprised as someone who was like vaguely in the system at one point too, because it didn't really feel that way. At the time of, but apparently it can take like years if you want to adopt a kid just to kind of even meet one for the first time. Vast majority of parents want to adopt a newborn. There's a ton of older children who can't get adopted. No one wants to. Everyone wants to adopt nowadays. I don't know. I guess you're probably right about that. Yeah. Anyway, focus, chat. I knew for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her. Oh, because I should search her in the periodicals then. And Regina said that Stewart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Sam Madsen is out now. Oh, I could also... I haven't even searched the book. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Fuck. Whoopsie doodle. Unwrapping America's Sweetest Family by Sam Madsen was released in early 1999. The kids I met at the... I always forget what they called it. We'll call it foster home, basically, which was like a family that took care of like up to 20 kids at one time. And to be blunt, we're trying to game the system by doing so and didn't really give a shit about the kids that stayed there. The kids that I met there mostly did not want to get adopted, really. If they ever had an appointment or something like that. They didn't give a shit. But a lot of those kids were also they were troubled, you know. They got into a lot of trouble and stuff like that. And it probably just didn't help that they didn't have a good supporting system at all, right? But most of them, it seemed, whenever we talked, their goal was to basically turn 18, get out of the home, and then just go, like, live a life somewhere else, basically. Or something along those lines. Used to work as children's social work. It was hard to find placement for those kids outside of the group homes. Yep. I wasn't there a long time, so for the most part, I was lucky. Bans kids when they turn 18. Yeah, so I shouldn't get into it. Y'all will Google me or something like that. Just focus on the game. Okay. Maybe another time, though. Released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed, and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers agree that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggles they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Ritchie was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. The fallout from the book led to the Ritchie Company scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionitis, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the root tree rift. I guess I gotta search both of those. A few months later, due to root tree mania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. 3 press releases from the Root Tree Candy Company after the releases of 6 pieces were referred to as the Root Tree Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard, say that there was no president of the Root Tree Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. Ron was the director. It also went on to say that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also said that the company's lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Klans trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather majority of the family. Even using conference calls, this was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark, Rafferty, LaRue, and Ron Roottree would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. Oh. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on stringent verification process. So Ron assumed that he would become president and took charge, but later was clarified that him and Clark would take over as joint president. Is there anything I can do with that? I don't know. I'm not so sure. Compensating Mrs. Madsen. Okay, go back. And there was... We could try to search this indecisionitis. Was a disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for JIT Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Retreat Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of the 6 pieces by Sam Madsen. In references to recent news, and the sketch woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-through speaker. Then, after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch to number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance amongst the restaurant employees and other patrons. After she pulled away as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. This doesn't sound funny. I gotta search that too. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion, irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but also could spread to humans. Ah, okay, I get it. Doctor then recommends JIT together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, when I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my, JIT together. The final testimony included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my JIT together. It's a bit on the nose, isn't it? So they're making fun of Clark. Humor written down like that doesn't really work, right? It is true, right? Describing a scene. Okay. Let's go back to the evidence here. There's some emails we could follow up on now. I also want to look up Mary Beth Clementine in the periodicals. Came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the first visit from 1949 was significantly more substantial. Library system? Was there a book mentioned in particular? Oh, I can look up the book, can I? I never thought about that. Like, well, what does that help versus... I don't know, we'll see. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of the favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eye is on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing, and it's no secret that my own eyes have always been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word. And I've felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. At the time, she only had one son, huh? Interesting. Second visit was a few years later in 1953. The article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentions that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption have prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. Why do I feel like this didn't tell me shit? Travis, hey, what's up? Thank you so much for the 5 months. Bunch of religious hobgobs? Seriously. Sam Madsen. I don't remember the name. It's like so specific. Copy. Printing 6 pieces.pdf. Says Sam Madsen's book was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree. Sam has had subsections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book. Some of it is new to you and may be important to your search. Sam Madsen. What's up, Fleur? I gotta drink a lot more water today. There's so much reading out loud. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with accompanied the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period, starting around 1968 after the death of Elias, until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 78. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Bro. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's, oh gosh, keep it together, met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. She had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy, so it was probably Guy's baby. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Okay. You don't know her daughter's name still. But there's an Elizabeth who should have the same last name as someone else. Maybe I should try to find that out before I read the rest here, almost. I'm scrolling just to see an Elizabeth here, kinda. All the way back, all the way back. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Would that be a farm supervisor? Probably, right? Which means that eventually there's another Cravensworth that starts working for the company as a secretary. A Christine Farrow becomes a Christine Garland. Unless it's that. Christine Farrow, Christine Garland. Ah, Elizabeth Cravensworth. Wait, hold on. No longer works there. Christine Garland no longer works there in 1978. Christine Farrow replaces Christine Garland, then stops working there. Is there another Elizabeth? Okay, yes, there's an Elizabeth Farrow also. Okay. So it must be Elizabeth Farrow's daughter who bangs Guy, gets pregnant, but then elopes with someone else. I already forgot. Apparently I already have a Christine Farrow listed here. 2. Christine Farrow becomes Christine Garland afterwards. So she was born Christine Farrow. So there's someone whose last name is Garland that she elopes with. We know her mother's name, but we don't know the usefulness of that. There's 2 children, apparently. Okay. Where was I? Not there. I was here. Okay. Oh my god. Elizabeth wasn't one of the parties for swingers. Rumor has it the daughter showed up with Guy. Didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the markets previously untapped by Rootry. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There was also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Ooh. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her who's Beth, because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Is that Beth Knox, maybe, who got the 50 grand? Who got the big thing? Okay, hold on. I guess we're gonna make an assumption. This is Elias, right? Well, all the way back in 1921. Well. Wouldn't they list his wife too? I guess not necessarily, because they don't list Miracle's wife. Okay, no. So he was president the first, and he banged Elizabeth, possibly Knox, because she retired after 50 years of service in the 70s as a secretary. No pictures of them right yet. Okay. Who's Beth? Antonelli's I want to search. Large number of Antonelli's restaurants, but because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants, you may need to use a more local resource if you're looking for one specifically. Antonelli's. An Italian restaurant, and it has been in Butler County times twice. The most recent time was when it closed in '92. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. And at the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago. Steve. Okay. Where was I? Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. Wait, she was a supplier? That's not the way we heard it, right? They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven, and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary, but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay. Hey, Zyru. I don't even know if this is the right spot for her yet, still. She was born Christine Farrow. We know that they have at least one kid. We don't know if they stay together. Lovely leftover couscous, biryani. Biryani. Stevathy. Old Stevathy. Elizabeth Knox. Apparently I'm missing an alternate photo for him, which is interesting. Oh, wait, are these new? Or did I always miss them? I thought I did 100%. They must be new. Okay, they're new. Yeah. Okay. Let's search these emails, shall we? Nothing? Surprising. Genealogy Genie. Huh. Alright. It worked last time. This is supposed to be our own email address. That's a meme? That's a meme? I searched her name in the periodicals. It says you can look her up online too, and I don't know if I did that or not. Doesn't look like I did. Mary Beth Clementine. Singer most popular in the years between 42 and 59, she traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem to be lost in time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Under the label New Edison. It's a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining in popularity. According to the website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by the state of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. Okay. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of The Old Rugged Cross and says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user-submitted. Email address at the bottom in the phrase, "Send me your stories about old Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. So, first edition. Pop of him that has been covered by many, many artists. You won't find much relevant information online. Maybe I searched this in the periodicals, though, like the Butler County Times. Nothing. Holy Grail is a re-release of The Old Rugged Cross. Oh, wait, what about the music periodical? Why does that highlight not work sometimes? Modern Music Monthly. Aha! Hey, Dora. I didn't even have it on that long today, but my nose is super itchy. Ugh. My pits, chat. Gotta get cozy for this one. Now it's time for a good slump. It's more of a lean back, at least, right? Released the Old Order Cross for New Edison. It was advertised quite a few times. When it was first reviewed by the magazine, however, is listed artist as Mary Beth Quaker. Aha! Which might actually be enough. Baby. Ooh. Chat. I just got the funniest idea for the next I judge you photo. Give me your best flex. Give me a picture, like you don't gotta do whole body, you don't have to include the face or anything. You know what I mean? Don't dox yourselves. Chat panicking. I just want to see Dink's arms. Oh, it's not a total lie. You'll wreck me? Look, I'm not saying I'm gonna. Well, yeah, but that's not even a flex on its own. The temperature 72 Fahrenheit. It's pretty warm in my office today, like 23 Celsius. Biceps are teeny. Booyah. Was there anything that I seemingly got wrong? It looks yet. Doesn't appear that way. He was a dead end pretty quickly. They gave us a lot of info there, I guess. So we know his name is Clementine. Mary Beth Quaker. Mary Beth Clementine Starlet. Modern Music Monthly. I think I read this one. We already went through this to get her original last name. Seems like I should search this, but I don't know what's going to be important about it. Edison Records was one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison. History of the company seems very unimportant except for potentially a lawsuit that filed in 49. Edison Records versus Edsel, a website about lawsuits, mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the U.S. was at war with the company. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Go back. Shit. What was it? New Edison? Why didn't that show up? Sterling Edsel, named after its founder, Sterling Edison. But if you search that, you just get that. But what if you get what if you search Edsel then instead? Nothing relevant. It's based in Los Angeles, so it's not going to be in the Butler County Times, but Mary Beth Clementine. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edsel or Edison, got in a physical altercation in public leading to a divorce. This must be important, but I don't know how yet. Can the next rows please be Dink Thirst Traps? No cited sources or evidence in the site's content seems user submitted. Sterling Edison and Sterling Edsel. Edison Records was a large company with many different releases over the years. There are a ton of mentions in Music Monthly, but nothing of relevance. Edsel? I find no appearance of anyone named Sterling Edsel in Modern Music Monthly. It seems that whatever he got up to after he was sued by Edison Records, he no longer seemed newsworthy. Suspicious. Can we all agree? There must be a reason why he's mentioned, and his divorce is mentioned too. There's gotta be a reason. Biggest problem for the Perottas being sued. So that reveals his original last name. And he had something to do with Mary Beth Clementine. As far as we know. Wait. Could he be the father? But his name wouldn't be Clementine. So maybe Clementine wasn't his name. That's a bit of a leap, but maybe. I mean, this photo shows him in the record booth with them, which is kind of abnormal. Agreed? You know what I'm saying, Evie? So maybe this is Sterling Edsel in reality, who also banged Mary Beth and had an illegitimate child with her, and she simply chose the name Clementine as a stage name. Sterling. But then he also got divorced. I just don't know where else he would be placed in the tree. If he's not connected to Mary Beth, then who the hell is he connected to? It said he got a divorce after a loud argument, huh? I don't know. I'll take it, though, I guess. Hey, Andy. All right, where the hell am I going now, Andy? Notable events. 6 pieces, Roottree Rift. I guess I can search Roottree Media and Anonymom. Did I finish reading her Spoojle article? Did I not finish it? She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949. Oh, wait, hold on. She adopted 2 children in the 40s, Stuart and Mark. Ah. Stuart and Mark. Apparently I didn't finish. I think I got sidetracked by this. Advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of the African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption website, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager, Sterling. Aha! This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. She passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. Okay, so now I got the husband down. I don't know anything about her kids, really. I guess I could search his name. Usually just Googling names isn't that big of a deal. Oh. I guess I got lucky. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there. Or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline. After he tried to board the wrong airplane's plane, he was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supplier in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years. Was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident received national press. Okay. Let me search that. So his occupation, I guess, was pilot? Or is he just a criminal? Yo, he's kind of hot though. Can we agree? He's kind of hot though, right, Zhang? CTO stepping down from his day-to-day role, transitioning to an advisory position. Unlike the brother who's a cop, Billy Sims is the principal of Sandstone Canyon High School, who had his 15 minutes of fame in 1994 when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization, from trustworthy to tabloids, seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention, however. It was Billy Sims's matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in a now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, oh my, keeping him neutralized. As the security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." What the hell was the point of this? It's just slightly ironic that he wound up straddling Crocodile Clementine, I feel. What would the principal of his kid's school have to do with anything? So should I search William Sims? Sandstone Canyon High School. Ah, trustworthy tabloid. So I could get more info potentially. Oh, no. Not in Starlet. What about Teen Blast? Crocodile Clementine. It said trustworthy tabloid. Wouldn't be in the music one. Oh, I guess News Time. Small piece about a fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla, I don't know what that guy has to do with anything yet, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Marx's ex-wife. Colleen Webb. Done. Sim's wife, Carla. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. He worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time she was pregnant with their second daughter, she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. Second daughter, so they're both daughters. Not that that really helps me right now. She left and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the Army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the web name, so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay. So I'm guessing, we don't know their first names, though. Sim's wife, Carla, huh? Good at not cursing, but not good at not mentioning semen. I got tricked. It wasn't my fault. I got tricked. It's not my fault. Chat, you try to not mention semen for 5 hours. Hashtag impossible. Hide the hairline. So their last names would be Clementine. But that doesn't really mean much. I mean, we probably could have guessed that without it having told us. But they used the name Webb, it said. They never legally changed their last names, is my understanding. God, I'd love a clementine right now. They're so good. It's the main fruit I eat still, chat. Sim's wife, Carla. Colleen Webb. If I search this, it's probably the same thing. Yeah. Sumo orange? I don't think so. A big boy clementine? I'm kind of on a grapefruit train right now. I tried to say basement without the bat. Clever. Just eat grapefruits. Those were the old diets. Were they? Coworker offered me a cookie, but I turned it down. Really wanted it, but you gotta stay healthy. Well done. Well done. Can't agree because it fucks with too much medication. Yeah, grapefruit messes with a lot of medication. I feel like this Billy Sims guy is still gonna be more important than this. You know? William Sims. Sandstone Canyon High School. But why would he be anywhere on the tree, really, I wonder? I don't know. I feel like I'm not on pace to finish this today. So far. I need a new follow-up. Let me go back here. And now I gotta look up Anonymom. Anonymom is the second high-profile case after Felix Hellos of a potential new root being added to the clan's trust. Instead of claiming herself a root, however, she claimed she slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a root. The accusation came during the height of Witchery Mania. She began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Aha. Look that up, chat. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Rutry. The name Anonymum was not self-inflicted. It seemed to have sprung up organically because nobody knew how else to refer to her. The day after the Newstime article, Sam Manson publicly supported Anonymum due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum from Sam's endorsement, Anonymum went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired as more details came out. People became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job as a secretary, the time period late 70s. After fumbling the five-piece story so publicly, the Rutrys were more prepared to handle all clan stress-related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymum's daughter could not be related to the Rutrys. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymum and the Rutrys. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who had already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymum be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. Rutry Company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash, even going so far as to say that it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Rutry is not a Rutry. This doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make a claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Well done, Rutrys. Many people claim this high-profile anti-climax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Witchery Mania. Since much of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Rutrys, others think that, like any fad, it just ran its course naturally. Regardless, this was the final notable event related to the release of 6 Pieces, and things went back to normal. Jane Doe Rutry has already been eliminated as a potential new Rutry. The company's lawyers were the ones verifying your work. Anonymum's pair does not appear on your updated tree. Well, I would assume that. So why would I give a shit? So why do I give a shit then? If we already know it's not true. Have you made oatmeal with oat milk? It's OT. Do people use milk in oatmeal? Papa just uses water, nothing else. I don't know if I knew that. Oh, this is like how y'all make your hot chocolate with milk too. Which I don't get either. Just use water, Chad, it's fine. Oatmeal is better with milk. Did I grow up in the Depression? Water, gross? What's gross about water? It's the main human building block. I don't understand. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of Newstime holding a picture of her daughter Jane Doe Rutry. First, it only mentioned the phrase Anonymum, and Newstime came the week after when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. There's gotta be something that we can do with this. Oh, can I use the Pix Pop thing on that? Oh, I can't. Aw, man, really? I thought they would let me do it. Can I be so rude for a second? Do it. Fucking do it. Dan drinks his protein shakes with water too. I mean, I've never had a protein shake, but it sounds fine to me. Y'all like it with milk? You just want to say, what are you talking about, man? Oh, you talking about me? Now you're talking to someone in chat, right? Water and hot chocolate is wild. This is interesting because this is, I never heard of using milk for hot chocolate until chat told me I was living my life wrong. Never crossed my mind, was never used as a child, as an adult, never heard anyone mention it in real life out here a single time. Acorns. Acorns. You're making hot chocolate. What is the fluid? Milky hot chocolate and milky oatmeal are supreme? Incorrect answer. That's what you get. That's what you get for not agreeing. Get smoked. Anyone else? Anyone else? It's gone mad with power. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymom's daughter was not a Rootry. This article, which did refer to her daughter as Jane Doe Rootry, but did not coin the phrase Anonymom. It did not coin the phrase Anonymom, so someone else did. Scrambled eggs with milk? I don't know if I've ever, or at least in the past 20 years, I don't think I've made scrambled eggs. Dan's horror stories of the meals he had as a child. I think the number one home-cooked meal I received on a regular basis was, I remember specifically because I might help make it, we take a frozen like 2.5 pound block of hamburger, put it right on the hot frying pan, and you'd thaw and cook it at the same time in the frying pan. That was a bit of an issue. You boil like 2 pounds of spaghetti, an entire one of those giant cans of tomato sauce, plain old. There's dinner. No vegetables, no seasoning. That's all we had. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure as a relative young child, like 7-ish, I'm gonna guess, 7-ish years old, more than once I opened the fridge and I saw, what's the pink liquid antibiotic? Is it amoxicillin? I think it's amoxicillin. I saw it in the door of the fridge and I was like, that shit tastes good, and I definitely drank some. And I definitely drank some out of hunger. Why? No, she's not answering. She would know. Yeah, it was like bubblegum medicine or something. It tasted good, is all I remember. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5 Piece was confirmed to be a member of the Rootry family. In an homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5 Piece, she wished to remain anonymous, and both photos were obscured. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hudson while she was working as his secretary. She and another woman were hired at the same time. Ooh, that might be important. During a transitional period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewed, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Okay. Guy Hudson liked to throw lavish parties, and the longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seemed to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy. She found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem phased, and they came to an arrangement. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. Oh. Were the flavor amoxicillin? Gotcha. Perhaps those $10,000 flavor studies was actually mostly hush money, because the only new flavor I recall actually being that actually came about was caviar, disgustingly, and all the other ones mentioned, like, they didn't say that they actually came out. On a recurring basis. So that's what what I'm saying here now is that perhaps the names of the flavors listed here that they were supposedly trying to create, Zigua, strawberry, butterscotch, but caviar is real, I guess. Perhaps these aren't real, and instead they're named after the people that he banged. Chinese word for watermelon. Oh, interesting. Watermelon, 5 pieces. How do you say that? New flavors in the Teen Blast mag in the 90s. Right, there was a So Strawberry. Chigua. Choked on pixie sticks. Oh man, that was an experience. That shit was so good though. Shit, where was I? Here. So she was hired at the same time as another woman during the transitional period, supposedly because she was hot. Slept with him was. She used the money to move away. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed that things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. They're telling us too much. I feel like this girl is related or something. Something's going on here, right? Never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized that she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Root Tree Company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar. And she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. They're telling me too much. You snorted some fun dip powder? Oh my god. I used to buy, I don't know what it is, but as a kid, I loved sour candy. I actually still like sour candy, but not as much as I used to, I guess. But I loved it so much. And I would go to the corner store, and I would spend my newspaper route money on so much candy. I would get 2 packs watermelon Sour Patch Kids, 2 packs blue raspberry Sour Patch Kids, which don't exist anymore, 2 packs of regular Sour Patch Kids, a tube of Shock Tarts, a tube of Sweet Tarts, Pixie Sticks, and Swedish Fish, and more. Like insane amounts. Insane amounts. I think I started to cut back. Yeah, so what happened was, I was waiting at the bus stop one morning. So it's morning. It's like 7 o'clock in the morning then. And I'm eating Shock Tarts. And I guess I just had too many. My tongue literally started to bleed from having too many. Not like crazy, but it was enough to be like, oh, this is freaky. It wasn't right. And yeah, so I think, I don't know, I guess I started to cut back a little bit. But I honestly feel like since that time in my life, my taste buds haven't been quite the same. They haven't been quite the same. Okay, anyway. While she never worked at the Tree Company, she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Root Tree, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. Moreover, using details that she provided the News Time, the reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and this news story was subsequently published. We read this. Does not appear in your updated tree. It's probably the same here. Right? Yeah. Is that just meant to verify different info, maybe? Seems that way. Huh. Interesting. Apparently I got Stephen Garland. It filled that in, so I guess that means Christine's actually in the right place. It almost feels like Anana Mom and her daughter should be here. It kind of feels that way. So we're waiting for him to be verified. We need more photos of Elizabeth Knox, Elias Roottree. Why don't we search like Beth Knox? What about Elizabeth? Nothing. In the Butler County Times. Of course, he's gonna come up with a lot of shit, right? May now be irrelevant. Okay. Salt and vinegar chips, so good. Did I ever go to the pubic? I looked this up in the pubic library. Okay. It still kind of feels like there's something here I'm missing. The woman that was hired at the same time, maybe it's meant to help me there. Squirrel, what's up? Thank you so much for those 66 months. How watchable is this when you've had a bottle of wine? It's pretty good. Whenever I say the word root tree, you have to take a sip, though. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark is new president of the Root Tree Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. Oh, I gotta look that up. In early '99, about 5 months ago, it was announced that both Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of Six Pieces. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was a new permanent president. Most of the information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree. Few seem to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Oh. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clance Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since, due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Couple follow-ups here. Root, I can look up the Clance Trust also. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new info. The most recent catalog, Spring '99, had an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, she seems unrelated. Also, a scholarship page on it, you find information about the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. It also gives them an opportunity to show off designs for professional models on a real runway. From the website, the fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree Sisters. Like other aspects of the Clance Trust, it's managed by Ruby League Legal Enterprises. So that's probably the important bit. Okay, Ruby Legal Enterprises. So they're also the one that handles the Plants Trust chat. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Root Tree Candy Company. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco of the 6 pieces and the revelation that the Root Tree's internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Root Tree Corporation, including the Candy Company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Sisley Sanchez. Sisley? Author best known for A Portrait of a Changed Man. Gotta search the library. Released in '79, her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectfully. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first 2 are her claim to fame. According to a site about author, Sisley is known for her nonfiction with a focus of exploring darkness in the human psyche. Sicily, maybe. Recently, Sisley appeared in a magazine called Picote. Oh man, a lot of follow-ups here. With an article about a book she had commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Sisley herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making an instant collector's item. A magazine called Piketty. We'll have a new magazine here. With flower. What? Magazine? There we go. Weird, but okay. Wait, what is a Piketty? Category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Alright. Oh, itchy. Why is this so long? Has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, it has been included Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. Was Red Bull invented in 1999? Or by 1999, I should say? I wouldn't have guessed so, but I guess I don't actually know. I would have guessed more like 2002-ish. It has often come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue that all of its articles are all the hearsay that's fit to print. Red Bull is 1 year older than us? Wait, really? It's from 87? Holy shit. I'll be. At one point, Piketty ran an article about Sisley Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue, yet the magazine was threatened legally by the Root Tree Corporation. The particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue, was pulled from shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Root Tree Company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, although nobody bid. Piketty. In an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages they supposedly said as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a canceled book by Sisley Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Sisley did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector's item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. What was the name of the book? Sisley Sanchez. We don't know the name of the book. What if you don't put in a book name? No, it's required. I guess I'll search a different book name here then. Cicely Sanchez. Out, print. Didn't have a national presence till the early 2000s. Book's description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true, today could disappear in an instant? All of your politics, relationships gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? I don't fucking know, man. Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-to-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if that were me? The hell does that have to do with anything? Foreign Gospel. From 1984. Foreign Gospel tells the tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and begin to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but this author, Cicely Sanchez, also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. You enjoy the taste of Red Bull? I'm alright with it. I don't know if I really like it that much. Had a sugar-free Red Bull this morning. I don't know if I really enjoy it. It's more so the psychological effect of just like, now I will have the energy. Including a biography of Van Gogh. I was gonna say, there's no way searching Van Gogh matters here, right? Known for nonfiction. I don't know what pulling up either of those books did for me. And we don't know. Appeared in a magazine called Piketty with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. So this is the magazine issue. Oh, got it? Bass Elbub. Could this popular gift be filling homes with satanic messages? This was an issue. The issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. Seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist by the retreat's lawyers. The magazine was pulled from the shelves, and the version you found in the periodical search had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. What do I do with this? What do I do with this info? It says there's 8 clues in here connected to this somehow. Big sass sea bass, it says. I could search for... I mean, we got a new periodical here. So I guess that's something I could make use of, right? That one I already have. So who knows who's in here? I could just start typing in names, really. I was about to do it. All right, give me a nudge, Chris. I should bid $1,000. Nudge me, baby. Bad drag, etc. Reverse search. Not that I'm like totally stuck. Which direction? Yeah, whatever you see deem fit. I just want to make sure we can finish this game in 3 hours from now. There was... I looked at these two books. I just don't know... Assumedly, she was commissioned to write this book for Guy Hudson, so I assume that she banged Guy Hudson at some point then. Ruby Legal Enterprises. Ruby Spratt. Like her legal company is relatively elusive, the most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Root Trees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. Huh? She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at a Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of her legal class, and she was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was a part of. One was the legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in her hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. No. Not that shit. No. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company services are a cross between traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Brianish, what's up? Thank you so much for those 19 months. Ruby Spratt. Found in Business Watch, apparently. A Kalshi ad? Dink, you're gonna share your flexed up arms, right? In the new roasting thread? That's what everyone asked for. They just wanted to know if you were going to get included in it. Will I say cock today? Not me. The old flex check. Everyone equals dad. Yeah, but I mean, I wasn't the only one that brought it up. Conspiracy theorists? That's right. There was some mention of conspiracies or something. Where do we share that? Someone needs to make a thread on the Discord. I don't know if it's been made yet, though. There's a new roast thread. I suggested I get pictures of y'all flexing. Were featured in Business Watch after the company took over the keepers of the Clanced Trust. There's an article about the process that interviews both Clark and Ruby. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Root Tree sometime in late March. After the Root Tree Rift, but well before Root Tree Mania. An accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer, she offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. Family quickly jumped on this chance, as many family members often attempt to spend as little as possible to keep their shares of the Clans Trust as high as possible. After looking over the Clans Trust more carefully than anyone had in years, Ruby came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Root Tree's implementation was not legally sound, and that there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. The family decided to put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as a public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between a law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as a sort of trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clans Trust. This went quite well, and they officially hired her in early April. Ruby Legal is now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust and organizing the various charitable causes such as scholarships that have been set up in the name of the deceased. I don't know if that helped me. Did I read this? I don't think I did. News Time briefly covered a lawsuit between Spratt and Piketty magazine surrounding Cicely Sanchez. They said that Cicely didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Piketty apparently announced that they would be pulling their issue the following day at the moment that Ruby Legal Enterprises threatened them. This caused the issue to sell faster than any other in the magazine's history, though only for a day. Even people that would never have normally purchased it went out of their way to buy one, just in case it would be worth something someday. It especially caught the eye of conspiracy theorists who assumed that anything worth suing over would have something to hide. An expert legal analyst from News Time states that it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Rootries just ignored the story. Okay, so I need to find out the name. Shit. What was the name of the conspiracy theorists? Basically. I don't remember. If I just search conspiracies. The root tree curse again? Right. Okay. During initial search, you come across Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the root trees. 8 months later, the page still exists and it's thriving. The visitor count has reached 7 digits. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in root tree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base news theories on. More than one of his theories involve root tree deaths being faked, according to the Overwood. Statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he's begun believing the guy's not dead theory. In his words, my eyes have been opened and all this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts detailed the belief that Ron Roottree is still in charge, when Roottree's death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another is about the rapper 5Ps. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. It was Dirty Davy. What does the devil name have to do with anything? Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They are purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Rootree's book as a one-time pad, he has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. Oh, God. There is also a request at the bottom. Next year in the 2000 is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Rootrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. I remember why. So there's a guy's not dead theory. So this is old then, huh? So there's no point in going here, assumedly. If I search his name, it probably just gives you the same thing, right? Yeah. Should I search that? Aha! The Guy's Not Dead conspiracy stems from a website that focuses on clues that the root trees have supposedly hid all over the place. There's clues on candy wrappers and print advertisements and television commercials and their jingles. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the root tree company and introduced multiple failed products, something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in favor of the consumers, so they killed off Guy Hudson and replaced him with a new president. This move immediately garnered sympathy, and the company recovered the next year, more popular than ever. The next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some people even theorized that he was simply Guy Hudson in an elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. People who run the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue to all of this that accidentally leaked in a banned article from the magazine Piketty, and there are pages of scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Aha! I already had this. Oh, but now the interview is actually here. Ah. So these are the photogs. So it's Guy Hudson getting awfully close to this woman while she is arm in arm with her husband. Hello? Hello? Photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez. The issue of Piketty magazine that came and got pulled does not label its individual photos. Both photos were instead under the share label. Cicely was provided these photos by the root tree company for use in her book. Background photo, there was a Christmas tree. Oh shit. Sherlock? Well, you can still drink like that? You have 2 beers, you can't sleep? Yeah, I'd always... Whenever I'd have a drink, like even just one, like I had a hard time just going to sleep. So that's Zach. This photo is the first from a magazine interview with Cicely Sanchez in Piketty. Piketty does not label its individual photos. Okay. So now I gotta read the interview. He claimed to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the root trees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 70s, right? Yeah, I met him on New Year's Eve, actually, the last night in 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. Hold on, I'll be back. Hold on, I'll be back. Really? Am I spelling something wrong? Changed Man. Oh, I already searched it. It was a longer title. Oh, okay, gotcha. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip, anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up a gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Root Tree, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. Oh dear. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess. Mr. Rogers, really. Maybe it's not the best metaphor, but Elias Root Tree was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Root Tree Legacy, with Elias on the cover. Let me pull that up and go back and finish reading this, maybe. The last time he and I met, he had even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Oh. The last time he and I met, he switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. Orange suit. Orange suit. And to remember fancy flavors, Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was actually somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Routry Brazil factory. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. How come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed to the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. Comes again? He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. May 1981, months after I had already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know how expensive it is to publish one copy of a book? It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks, the dinner was good. Imported steak that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage, and we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl, I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last it ever came up. So Susie is probably his last affair. That means then if he died soon after that. I put down a Susan Ford over here. But maybe I should just move her up then. It's probably no coincidence Susie and Susan Ford, right? He died soon after. I feel like that to me feels like a hint. Not so sure though. To proposition me. So it doesn't sound like this lady banged him. Not to me. I didn't use this photo? Oh, because I have to do that. A month of mortgage worth of steak? A month? So a month, what's a month for a mortgage nowadays? A really good mortgage in the United States right now? At least $2,000. At least. But this is in other monies back in the day when housing would cost quite a bit less, right? I'd say bare minimum $2,000. That's too much steak. Well, we're talking about, where are they from? Like Pennsylvania. They're from Pennsylvania, so actually, you'd expect, it's not the most populated, right? So the prices probably aren't as bad there. Particularly back in the 70s or 80s, whenever it was. Sent his mistress Susie something into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl, I remembered her from our trips overseas. She was too good for him. Anyway, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madsen? I actually haven't read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Root Tree Brazil. Because I should search that, huh? There was something else I was searching, though, too. But I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China, too. When he met with someone, I'd figure out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together, oh dear, that he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. The daughter of his business partner in Australia, her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together. Robin. I'm just going to fill this in here then. Just to kind of remind myself. Daughter of the business partner. Scandalous. Madsen got things wrong. Sam mentions guys' affairs and treats them like most people would logically think to treat them, like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk if you get my meaning. Huh? On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other, but in reality, it was more of a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. Huh? Wait, did Patricia want a scissor or something? I'm lost there. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk if you get my meaning. Okay. I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women. Oh, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you that was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. Man, he was just banging everyone. Okay, I had a couple follow-ups. Sometimes erroneously referred to as Root Tree Brazil, with a Z, is one of the companies created to manufacture and redistribute Root Tree candy. It was developed as part of the Root Tree Everywhere initiative, which I guess I gotta search at some point too, right? Oh my god, it's so long. Unlike some of the other Root Tree Everywhere results, Root Tree Brazil seems to be a success. If you do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which the caviar-flavored 5 pieces, released at the end of 1978, were a hit. Primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5-piece bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alva Lagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Root Tree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Root Trees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio de Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corp. I'm gonna try, which it roughly translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information has ever existed about it, and the Root Trees now run Root Tree Brazil entirely. Okay, I got some follow-ups here. I don't even know where to start. Was a Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Lagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He was put in charge of Lagos by the military government in 1973. Oh, wait. Is he the one? So this would be the business partner, potentially? And so that would be the girl's last name, the daughter? To establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. The two side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. This does not make him a popular mayor. And what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. There's so many things to follow up on here. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988 when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It is not known where he has gone, but the dissertation even speculates he likely fled the state to stay alive. Wife's name. Former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network. Due to lack of resource line, you don't have to have much to go on about who ran it and when. Okay. Go back. Became the location chosen by the Root Tree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician, Anthony Suarez, heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. I'm going to make an assumption. Robin Suarez. I don't know if she actually belongs in this spot in particular, but... The factory was controversial as locals didn't want it there. The Root Trees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. There's 2 incidents to look into, chat. Had a search. Incendio do Bordo translates to maple fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year a news special did list this incident, and as well as a few others in the small town, as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. Alright. Well, that didn't really help me. In an unsuccessful strike that was not named. I had to look up this company name. No, it doesn't come up. If I search that name. New Brazil Candy Corporation gives me nothing. So... According to paperwork at the time, a small company called Nova Corp... Root Tree Everywhere I have to look into, I suppose. Was an expansion in the late 70s that coincided with some other large changes in the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organization information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you can glean the following. Root Tree Candy had been distributed globally to certain markets approved by Elias as early as the 1940s. This included places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe, mostly the UK. Root Tree Everywhere evolved Root Tree's expansion to other major markets that were assessed to be ready for Root Tree. This started with 4 that it had no share in: Australia, Brazil, China, and France. Much of the countries had entirely new company had an entirely new company formed, mostly by making deals with local distributors and manufacturers. So I'm going to guess I have to search all of these, basically. Oh my god. One of the companies created by to manufacture and redistribute Root candy. It was developed as part of the Root Tree Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. Canada wants it? Are we digging Canada now? Terrible place. Terrible. Full of bugs, I heard. So buggy. Disgusting, really. And they speak French half the time. Wow. Can you believe it, Dank? When's the bicep roast happening? We'll say end of the week. We'll give you a few days to really pump it up. You gotta do some pumping first, Dink. According to the history website for Root Aus, is this Australia or Austrian? Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Root factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Root Candy Company at the time. Root Australia did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1992 after the death of Martin, and Root Australia now serves as an importer and distributor. Charles Martin. Oh. It feels like there's just like so much. It's probably the same as the last time, but I feel like there's a lot more branches for me to just read entire pages about and not actually glean any new information yet. Like, I haven't touched the family tree in quite some time here, but I guess it's a bit more concise in some ways, right? Charles Martin was a candy manufacturer in Australia born in 1923. He had a popular brand of licorice called Martin's Licorice Bullets. Do I have to look that up too now? Most of his history is unrelated to the Root Trees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Root Tree Australia. He used his own wealth to build the new factory, and they distributed the maple treats through the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Root Tree company in the U.S. Much like the Clance Trust distributed the profits from the Root Tree Company evenly to the Root Tree family, profits of the Root Tree Australia would be split 50-50 between the American Root Tree Company and Martin himself from to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life in the early 1990s. Root Tree candy gained a poor reputation in Australia and sales suffered immensely. Charles' vast fortune was passed along to his daughter, Robin Martin, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. Hold on, I think I got something wrong then here. So it's actually Robin Martin. So, unrelated, I guess. I thought they said Brazilian partner, though. Right? Am I crazy? In here somewhere. Oh, no, it says Australia. Never mind. Okay. Robin Martin is featured in many of the top 100 wealthiest women in the world list. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia where she reportedly has her own exclusive retreat. She has no husband, and there was a widely circulated rumor somewhere in the mid-70s that she had a medical procedure to ensure she never would have children. Oh my. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robins. Ugh. Ew. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men, each wearing a shirt that said simply "Satisfied Partner" on it. The fuck? I mean, you go, girl, I guess. Well, they've all had children. She never married, though, so I think this has to be Robin Martin, then. So she must have had a kid at some point. So she is an entrepreneur? Retired? Retired is not an option. What would you call her? CEO? What's up, Tal? Huh. Go back one. Passed along to the daughter, who sold both businesses at first opportunity. A charity function. I don't know. I reread it and I don't know what her thing is still. Her job title would be, per se. Oh. In the mid-70s, she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. She has no husband. Oh. Oh, so she wouldn't be on the tree then, assumedly. So it's all a red herring. You piece of shit game! So it's all a red herring, I think. I think Robin Martin is completely useless. Fuck. In the page, there was a red fish with a magazine. You monster game. Oh, it was all for naught. It was all for naught. You got me. Fuck. No. That was so deep, too, I feel. So, Guy did bang her, but he had no kids with her, so she's not going to be on the tree, assumedly. Then, right? I guess that was only the Australian leg. I guess when you think about it, right? So I guess that's not that big of a deal. China Root Tree is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute root tree candy. It was developed as part of the Root Tree Everywhere initiative. Then in summer of 1979, during the late 70s, China began to go through a period of economic reform. This led to new opportunities for American companies, and the Root Tree Candy Company decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who has said to personally win over the Root Tree family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China. So instead, they made a deal to import bulk, unpackaged Root Tree candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened, only had daughters. And his brother, Lang Hongyu, took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest child from the next generation, Lang Xinyu. Who do I search first here? Oh, we got a picture. Oh, you know it's a big deal when you get a picture, chat. Lang Xinyu in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is her last name. Is a businesswoman currently running the Lang Tai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. Listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, so I guess I can't pull up the article in particular, right? The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister, and Lang Xinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move amongst the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating that she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Since then, the company has been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translated as, someone that has proven that they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Xin Yu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Okay. There is an unsourced picture of Xin Yu in the article. It says that it's from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. So when he was traveling was about 15 years before this-ish, right? So she would have been around 30 years old. So it's possible she banged Guy Hudson, basically. is what I'm getting at. It's possible that she banged Guy Hudson, which is the important bit here. Because I'm supposed to be finding out who banged GuyHudson.com. Enhance. Chat. Enhance. Zoom. Zoom in. Can anyone read this? I think every woman that ever went to Butler County, right? It literally means root tree. Oh, interesting. She runs a business with many textile factories. Some manufacture packaging for American products. I mean, that means her picture must appear somewhere. I think she probably banged Guy. But how do I find out more? The article entitled Empowered. Company has helped expand Root Tree's products to China since the 70s. Company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company focused and not people focused and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. Their page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company has been in the Lang family for a long time. Kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years. Wow. Wow, chat. I couldn't name the people beyond... I don't actually know my great-grandparents' names. I could find out. But I don't know them offhand, is the truth. So I couldn't even go back 100 years at this point. Haelian Senior, right? During the period where they began the Root Tree deal, Lang Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name. Oh, they're pointing this out for a good reason, right? Because someone needs to go on the family tree. You know what I mean? Was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on this website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured in the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman listed simply as Xin Yu. The site doesn't list her last name, though. She does appear in the family tree below Hongbo. Lingtai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Root Tree logo, another is Tranquilts, and the third is Piece of Asia. I assume we're going to have to search these. Is a play on Tranquil and Quilts. The name is ironic considering they're the lattice quilts you've ever seen. The main quilt featured on the website is a flaming unicorn soaring through space with peace symbols around it. It's the worst sounding quilt I've ever heard before in my life. Although they were listed on the website for Lingtai Textile Company, they don't seem to have much connection. It appears that they import cloth. Piece of Asia. American arm of Lingtai, located in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, according to their site, the Tai in Lingtai translate to peaceful, so they chose their name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed here. Too many to investigate, as very few of them seem to have any relevance. It seems Piece of Asia is nearly as accomplished as Lingtai. They offer fabrics and cloths at wholesale prices. You don't spot anything out of the ordinary. Business is said to be owned by husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. And from using an online translator, it seems that Jerry is Han. I can't pronounce it. And Linda is Lang Xinyao. Is that her? Lang Xinyu? Which one's her real name? Wait, Lang is actually the last name, right? Xinyu. Hey, Triple N. Anything quotes will be searched, right? Guess I'll search this name. I don't know if I did or not yet. Same thing. Search the husband. Same thing. Search Linda. I wonder if I could search her in the periodicals. Jerry, Linda, and Mark appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hanging with the Hans. The Hans were chosen or is it Hans, chat? Hans or Hands? Because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college. Linda's father led a large company, this article never names it, after it expanded to the U.S. Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the U.S. portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. Wait. Okay, hold on. I don't know who Butch Cassidy is off the top of my head. There's one of two things going on. Robert Redford is either a hint that this is a red herring, or it's a hint that she likes redheads. The sister likes redheads, right? Who is Guy Hudson. Butch Cassidy, I don't think I know the name. Was a Wild West outlaw. Did he have red hair? But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent there, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the U.S. anymore. Character Robert Redford played in Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Oh. Our kids are complete opposite though. Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China now, working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. Name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. They're losing me. They're completely losing me. It's not exactly a common name, but it's the most uncommon you've come across. But it's not the most uncommon you come across either. There are a few that come up with any searchable details, so it might be possible to narrow down your possibilities. It's mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talon Claw. Team Talon Claw are one of the two teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Part of a women's a cappella group in Los Angeles. New York business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. God, these sound so boring, except for the robot one. Can we all agree? Oh no! What? At least, so we know that 2 out of the 3 of these are going to be useless. I gotta piss. I'll be right back. You had it marked and it does not reveal anything, but you really should unlock the 5-piece song you were about to do, but then didn't Google it. A musical interlude. Chatty's got some hot arms. Let's go like all the way back then. The 5-piece song. Used to go by Dirty Davies. That's his album. Trying to find the name of the song. All of your problems. Oh no. It's the only track of the song.
Attention, attention, root trees. This is 5-piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man,
problems.
y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your
SoundCloud rapper.
Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her 2 dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims.
Holy shit, it's so long.
Cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
It's like the song I wanted from the first part of the game.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people.
White boy rap, yeah.
You're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons.
I'm gonna read this one silently while I munch a little bit, okay?
This poor tragic orphan, your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. I wanted my share.
That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
Top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root.
This feels like a dead end
Problems. Let me
to me.
take those problems away. You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
They're filming in the
Whoever
UK.
calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle. While real world
Gin and
folks burn their
tonics.
spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle.
She performs as a soloist on a song called Like the Wind. The group were featured on a CD compilation called Boca, performing a cover of a popular boy band song. New song? Oh, it's so long. Why is it so long? Subways of Your Mind by Fex is an early 1980s pop song, and it was a #1 hit in many countries, though it peaked at #6 in the US. It's still played to this day on contemporary stations around the world, and is often found in the compilation discs of popular music. One reviewer at the time was quoted as saying, "Subways of Your Mind is one of those rare songs that feels like it has always existed, and the artist just plucked it, fully formed from the collective ether. It's hard to imagine a world in which this modern classic won't become a regular part of our audio landscape for the next 100 years. What a sad, empty world that would be." Fex had many follow-ups that were just as popular in European countries, though their continued success was significantly more limited in the United States. Their next single, Talking Hands, only reached number 24, and their third single, Modern Nature, failed to chart at all. Due to Subways of Your Mind famously starting with the catchy opening phrase, "like the wind," perhaps also due to its somewhat lengthy title, those seeking it out or requesting it often search for "like the wind." Many lyric sites, music hosting sites even label it incorrectly, making this mistake even more common. Due to Subways of Your Mind, huh. Interesting, but okay. We're searching for a combination of "like the wind" and attempting to narrow it down. The results that include the Root Trees. You find that an obscure Irish band called U2, obscure Irish band, huh? Once cited both FEX and Jim and Diamond as inspirations. As far as you can tell, neither FEX nor Subways has anything to do with your search. And seeing as U2 is relatively unknown to anyone outside of Dublin, the connection seems to be an odd coincidence. Was U2 not famous in the 90s? I thought they were. I don't see anything here, do you? Alternate universe. Boca. Best of College Acapella has existed since 95. It's a compilation of various acapella groups from different colleges, often performing covers of popular music. Doesn't appear very relevant to the Root Trees or anyone connected to the Root Trees. Nobody's ever done a cover of a song by Jim and Diamond, for example. Maybe someday. Okay. For Christ's sakes. It's going to be really annoying if it turns out there was something here that was important. This must lead to something. They can't make all these branches and have none of them be of any importance, can they? They wouldn't do that to me, right? Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited is a company located in New York City. Lucy Lang is a lead synergy engineer. What the fuck does that mean? Was listed as being ranked one of the top facilitators in the world by Business Watch magazine. As far as you can tell, CSSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services they provide. The site is light on details. There are a few high-profile companies listed. Search periodicals. Business Watch. Go. Come on. This has to go somewhere, chat. Has to. A Lucy Lang was listed to Business Watch for her work with the Corporate Synergistic Solutions Unlimited. She's in an article about consultants that corporations hire to facilitate large internal changes. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section followed by a longer section about why they were chosen. Lucy's bio section mentions she grew up in a small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children, and she's only the second person in her family to ever have left the state. Since her great-grandparents relocated in the early 1900s, she earned her degree from a prestigious New York college, started as a junior associate engineer, synergy engineer, and in 8 short years has worked her way up to the company ladder. Now at age 32, she's the youngest lead synergy. What is it? This has nothing to do with anything, does it? The article calls her one of the top facilitators in the U.S. due to her work on a merger between 2 regional dial-up service providers. As a direct result, of organizational changes and policies, the new company managed to eliminate over 200 redundant positions as part of the merger, making it an instant success. A small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children. I have no idea. It feels like all this Lucy Lang stuff has led me nowhere. But I also got really lost in the China root tree division. Nudge me. Running out of time, Chris. Nudge me, baby. I don't see anything here. It was from Talonclaw? Fuck me. Really? I tried to Google these names and I got nothing. Robotics Club of Mid-Eastern University. Sounds familiar, actually. Notable private college that advertises itself as midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, though they are not known for their sports programs as much as their education. Their legal and language departments are their pride and joy, though they also have fairly extensive computer science and robotics programs. Along with other prestigious schools that haven't quite reached the notoriety of Ivy League schools, some refer to it as a Little Ivy. Anyone here been to an Ivy League school? Like you attended? Isn't there a real university called Midwestern? Sounds familiar. College has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Heterold. What? Which is a combination of hetera, the scientific name for ivy, and herald. Their website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus, including a still functioning computer from the 1960s that takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to print one special year-end issue of the Heterold each year. Aha, new periodical. That could be a big deal, I guess, even though it doesn't sound. The school newspaper of Mid-Eastern University appears to be available now. Okay. Lucy Lang has a story about their school's robotics team. Team Talonclaw lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around the factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and the moving parts and automation fascinated her. However, as she has progressed through her major, she has become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as the mechanism that closes Talonclaw's weapon. First of all, can I just say about Robot Wars, please come back. BattleBots, please come back. Those shows were great. In addition to robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. What? She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is Valley Girl due to its use of popular culture. Alright. If we get her picture, we must use it then. Yo, Talonclaw looks like a fucking beast. One was just a YouTube show. Yeah, BattleBots has like come and gone and failed many times. What's up, Snarly? Photo Lucy Lang, aka Lang Min, with Talonclaw, the robot she worked on at Mid-Eastern University, found in the school's newspaper. Well, we know Guy Hudson didn't bang her. But maybe her mother is like here, and she is here, right? Maybe. I have to go back to the mother. Would I find out anything else from this periodical, really? I don't remember the mother's name. Per se. So this would be the last name. Right. So that actually matches too, right? Alright, I'm putting it in. Did she mention having a husband or anything? Helped her sister have a child. She took over as the company CEO. Jinyu Lang. Lucy? But officially her last name, right, would also be Lang, right? Whatever. She's a student. Collage. This lady works in manufacturing? I gotta look up more info on her again. No wedding ring on. You'd call this manufacturing, right, squads? Squadge? She's got thick glasses. I don't know if there's really much to say. Oh, she's CEO. She's CEO. She's CEO. She's CEO. She's CEO. Damn, I was really hoping we'd get a progress here, but I didn't. Does that mean something's wrong or I need more? If that's right, it should fill in. I need more, that's all. I don't see any indicator of her getting married. Tiny mistake with Lucy. Is her name... for some reason reversed? Why would it be? I thought she was a college student, right? Yeah. No? Schools are bar teams. Oh, she grew up in China's Minlang. Oh, that's right. Oh, wrong one. Okay. But I also don't have enough filled in. Okay. OG game. This is sort of like phase 2 of it or whatever. All right. So I guess we got that. So I can finally abandon that portion of it. But we still got to go all the way back to Root Tree Everywhere, and I still got to look at France. And there's going to be 16 legs to go down, and I'm going to find nothing. With Mark, give me another nudge. Yeah, just go ahead at this point. Root Tree France is one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute blah, 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 blah. Apparently, Root Tree France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process after the company had already been formed, and then leadership of Root Tree went through a very large change soon after. CEO of Root Tree France was meant to be Tristan Robert, a businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Root Tree France. He is still alive, and you come across an interview related to Root Tree from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Root Tree mania, as you recognize the word Root Tree in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company in the 70s. The article is in French and takes some time to translate the section by section. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Oh. Guy, the president of Root Tree, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me that happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with this man. They lost a lot of money on this deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the question a bit, and the interview never returns to the subject of Root Tree. Okay. But this feels like a dead end. But also, I'm definitely going to search Pokemon. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to bother reading that, though. They're going to get sued for just including the word Pokemon in their game. So I don't think that this goes anywhere. I don't think so. It just solidifies what a piece of shit Hudson was, right? Mark Clementine, I missed a periodical in his text. I don't even remember searching it. Mark Crocodile Clementine. Lost his job as a regional airline pilot. Oh, the Portland Telegraph. New periodical. The Portland Telegraph is your run-of-the-mill newspaper based out of Portland, Oregon. Mark Clementine. Was the one that provided the nickname Crocodile Clementine and has some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg and had to call in a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal. But his story seemed very odd, and controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. When he landed, they were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Oh, what the hell did this do for me? We got quite a few people tied to Portland. I do? I don't recall. I'm trying to remember. Because I don't recall anyone in particular who was linked. Would he be in the Heterald? I didn't think so. He wouldn't be on Business Watch, right? News Time? Their goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sims' wife, Carla... Wait, did I read this? Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked at the airline. Yeah, I did read this. Piketty? They're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. You look up the Billy Sims incident, and it seems they did report on it. You gain a few new bits of information, though it might not be useful. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that was found to be testing their product on animals. Whoa. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. Ooh. Tostarito? Fuego's Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition in 1993 that offered free meals for life to anyone that legally changed their name to Tostarito. Is this a joke? The Tostarito was a burrito with a cylindrical tostada shell inside the flour tortilla. According to a few different sources, Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. That sounds familiar. I think I know that name. Lucinda Jacobson. How do I know that name? Who apparently paid for his bail. Change your name to Crunchwrap Supreme. Hell yeah. I swear I know that name. Distant relative? Must have been someone down in their luck or something, right? There's one Jacobson. I feel like I definitely read that name. He interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if anyone knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. His daughter Mary was graduating that night. His daughter Mary was graduating that night. Which one, though, we think? I don't fucking know. We know the year? Not from looking at this. Mary. In 93, he was released on parole for his freedom. Didn't last long. He was arrested to visit his daughter's graduation. I would guess it's the younger one. But it's kind of a guess. Mary Clementine. Maybe we can just search that. Nothing. Oh. Oh wait, Portland Telegraph is credited for giving his nicknames. Maybe she's in the Portland Telegraph. Doo-doo. Come on. No! Shit. No, too. She and he met when he worked for an airline. She was pregnant with the second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and though never had trouble changing names legally, they used the name Webb so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Oh, right. They used the name Webb. So maybe now I'll go back to the Portland Telegraph. Could we search Mary Webb? Fuck. Mary Webb. It just seems like completely arbitrary that I spoodled her name. Has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. Seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations. What? Aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. What? She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entries, she talks about the trips that she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, and landmarks and places that she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with the ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day that the photo was taken. She was allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows, but Mary has been added to your evidence. Oprah didn't mention. Oh, you think that's what it might be? Corporate composition photography. An alleged ghost ship from the 1800s. I'd visit a ghost ship. Would you visit a ghost ship, chat? Might be fun. No wedding ring. So she's a travel agent, I guess. Aha! Visited the Queen Mary ship, supposedly haunted. Ooh. Finally. A little bit of progress. Feels like it took me a long time. Sorry for the help. Now just give it to me now. We got 90 minutes, Chris.
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, It seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few root trees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me.
Who is
Here's
this guy?
deal. I can't stop
Great
the
question.
majority
He's a
from voting
doofus.
one way or another. If you keep passing along
He's just one of the
potential
root
root
trees.
I'll keep adding them to the list.
The
On
new
other
president,
hand, there's
actually.
been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
Then what the fuck you need me for?
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the test.
You didn't give me any new evidence. What was the point of that discussion? It was completely pointless. Oh my god. Another vampire? Yeah. This is sort of a shot in the dark, I'll admit. Okay. So there's another daughter here. Current president just likes wasting money, to some degree it seems. I do have some photos that are not being used. I wonder if I could deduce some of these. It's a Christmas party, right? There's a husband and wife there, and he's banging the wife. So I have to kind of look at this, I think, and find out. A Christmas tree bash happened in 1980, but not after that. So this is, I bet this is the payment. Canceled after 5 months. Canceled after 5 months. So butterscotch was real. Wait, or was it? Cancel it. They're all canceled after 5 months. Oh, I don't think I read some of these. Fred Gleason, 50-year work anniversary. This is double. Oh, wait a minute. The sugar plum was double. Is it because they had 2 kids? Is that what that means? Which one's the newest one? I guess we have to find out. And the names are probably... The names... So, okay. Here's the thought process here. These flavor developments are all linked to illegitimate children that Guy Hudson had. And these are basically payments to the families of them instead. Except maybe caviar, which might have been a real one. So if there's a double here, it means there was 2 children with the same woman from Guy. Now you can scroll backwards potentially here and find out that sugar plum is the last flavor introduced. So sugar plum had something to do with, I think, Susan Ford, who may have had 2 children with him. Assumedly, she would be the watermelon flavor, right? Strawberry. Caviar. Butterscotch. Caviar. So butterscotch is older than strawberry, so you're linked to butterscotch. Or is it Joanna, maybe even? I don't know. How does that really help me? It's a good question. Dude, why didn't this dude ever wear a condom also? Can I just point it out? I feel like someone had to say it. He had to cheat, but he had to get him pregnant too? Talk about reckless. Men? Seriously? What's the story? Root clothing reimbursement, $1 million. Fred Gleason, 50-year work anniversary. Okay, anyway. Back to the Christmas bash. There was one in 1981. There was one in 1980. Christmas tree bash. 1980, 1981. There was not one in 1979. But there was one in 1978, interestingly. Huh. So, I don't see how it helps me. Christine Garland no longer working for Root Tree. I was hoping I could figure out a bit more about these photos. He's shaking hands with Zach, huh? There's 2 glasses of champagne. Does this mean this photo, assumedly, was when he first took over? I would think, right? Huh. And therefore would be one of the earlier bangs, maybe? It might be Zach's secretary, even. Have to go back to the beginning here. Juliet McCullen, Joanna Robertson, who we've already filtered out. Doris Mays, Beth Knox. We know Beth is old. Doris Mays, Juliet McCullen. Christine Garland has been hired. Christine Farrow was hired. Guy Hudson has replaced Ernest Bassett Jr. as special management. Oh, God. Okay, 1978 is when he replaces. Okay. I don't know. Something about the shot in the dark? What do you got for me, Chris? Ship it. I feel like I should be able to find out more about this by now, right? I feel like I should be able to. There was the book called Family Man. Oh, I think I even said I was going to follow up on that. Didn't I? Oh, yeah. Like about Elias or something like that. I got sidetracked though. Is it just called Family Man? Haha, The Root Tree Legacy by Bess Williams. It's a very poorly received book by about Elias Root Tree. Very few copies of the original published in 1920, but it was recently republished by the same publishing company. They wish to capitalize the Root Tree Mania did not work. By Bess Williams. Family Man. Aha. It's blatant corporate propaganda, chat. I already have that photo, really. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure if it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Do I have to search Business Watch again? Family Man. So I got a different name. I guess I should search the author's name here, right? Bess Williams. Let me see. Yeah. I mean, it's old. Author born in the late 1800s, who lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Bess has a minor history of the root trees. Her only notable book, Family Man, is widely considered blatant propaganda about Elias's root tree. A habit in all but forgotten until recently when it was re-released during the height of Rootry Mania. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistic that also mentions Bess Williams. What? The Bocadoral Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and then closed in 1963 when multiple larger libraries opened in the surrounding area that made it redundant. What the hell does any of this have to do with anything? Apparently it has something to do with something. The library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area, including the website for the library system in Miami. The building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small. Admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Search that in a new periodical. No records that you can find online or in your periodical search. It merged with another periodical and became Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after only 1 year. Not a new periodical either. What? You find a small website about quirky printing history facts that mentions that the Miami Mercury Sunday was the outcome of merging two smaller, failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger, failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied to the longest title in the American newspaper at the time, the newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. So I have to dissect this name, I think, and split it. Right? Because this is a merge one. So it was the Miami Sunday, but then it became the Miami Mercury Sunday. So what about just the Mercury Sunday? The Miami Mercury? Aha! The Miami Mercury is now a defunct newspaper that merged with the Miami Sunday. The resultant newspaper, the Miami Mercury Sunday, went out of business. Blah, 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 blah. What am I doing with this again? I think Bess Williams was someone I was searching. Yeah. The Miami Mercury had an article about the Bess Williams section in the Bocador. I can't read that word. When it was being built in 1928, it mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It also had a later mention from 1949, the last year the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion in the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue found in the second room. So I'm going to guess that Elias paid for these things. It's listed in some historical records as having worked on many buildings in Miami, Florida. Wildcat Construction. Hello? Hello? Sure. Mentioned once in an article you've already seen about the expansion of the library. It was also mentioned earlier in 1947 on the headline Construction is a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams. What's up, Lucifer? That sounds an awful lot like Wild Bill. Chat. Left Florida in 1941. A construction worker returned a hero. He won the Naval Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia has handled outreach to the wives of local veterans, who are often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, through such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly and overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has become a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. The problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly that any attempt to circumvent has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. What's up, Vicky? It's uncertain what will become of Wildcat Construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. This must go somewhere. Aha! Listed on a few different military history websites, he was awarded the Navy Cross Seal, World War II. Story goes on and struck with armor with a bullet, managed to carry a few fellow soldiers. He died in 1996, age 74, in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website of a local news channel that was written by a surviving family also sheds light on some of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. An anecdote mentions that he used to insist he married his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. So she coincidentally had the same last name as him? Kind of sus, though, you know what I mean? Kind of sus, though, you know what I'm talking about? A photo was attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites, as he was often known to do. According to the article, he is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters Barb and Sharon Williams. I'm a little lost. I think so that's him. Pretty sick. Scared me a little. Miami Print Museum. So this is supposed to be Bess Williams, is my understanding. I kind of got to go back. Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. She was born in the late 1800s. She lived just outside of Miami. So she must actually be the one that had the affair with Elias, if anything, right? Bess Williams. She was an author. Right? And they had a child named Frank Wildcat Williams. No. Because Frank Wildcat Williams has 2 daughters. So something, I'm missing something here. But she is definitely the mother of Frank. It says the infidelity was in 1921, right? So... well... Oh, wait, there are 2 daughters here. Oh, fucking Christ. I got confused because there was, like, kind of 2 lists, but wait, there's a guardian and adoption thing, though. Which is kind of strange, right? John Doe, so that one doesn't get filled in, huh? Frank Wildcat Williams. He was in construction? Ophelia Williams. I feel like I have something wrong here, though. Survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters, Barb and Sharon Williams. You don't get such nicknames anymore? Yeah, what's the deal with that? Barb and Sharon. I just Googled their names. Holy shit, it worked. Motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed as Coconut Grove, Florida. Fire's been added to evidence. Aaron? Nothing. Overcoming adversity with Barb Williams. This looks relatively recent, though. Her story will surprise you, uplift you, and energize you. Well, it's not anyone that anyone can take something away from. You have some stuff here. I wonder if you should follow up on some of these, like the Kikiwa Falls Gazette. In particular, book Barb for corporate retreats, church events, or even school assemblies. She can customize her message for any audience. The hell kind of a microphone is that? Barb, there's a name, right? Kikiwa Falls Gazette. How do you spell Gazette, chat? Ah! Wait. What do you think of that Orpheus and Eurydice men a cappella group? I don't think what? Do you mean what? Hmm? Wait, what do you mean? Is there semen somewhere in there? Eurydice men. Eurydice men. Oh, you got. It took me. God damn, that one's clever. That one was clever, but someone already got me a while ago, Bally. Well done. How else are you gonna get me to say semen, chat? I mean, you don't gotta trick me now. Semen is stored in the taint, chat. Did you know that? Made that up. There is no Kikiwa Falls anywhere in the world that you can find. Closest thing is to a Kikiwa paper. Kikiwa appears to be in New Zealand. Oh, does she lie about the headlines, chat? Wait, is she lying about the headlines? The scandal. Vic Elmsworth. The scandal. A man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small-town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. What? The Kikiwa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurant shows and other tourist attractions all across the United States. It is presented as a monthly newspaper of small-town America. Presented. What makes it a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing relocations are occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms. That using very dry language details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Fortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented to the homepage. There are no archives of older issues. Is this meant to be because mermaids and lobsters, red herring? Mermaids and lobsters, chat? Red herring? I'm gonna go the red herring route there. Isabel Crosby, Greta Jones. Hey, Chow. What's up? Not Great Jones. Greta. It's too common a name to find anything useful. I feel like this is indicating that this is going somewhere. Vic Elmsworth is going to help Isabel Crosby. Find no information about anyone named Isabel Crosby that you feel like could be relatable to your search. Superintendent, Benton County. WQTV 12. Greta Jones is, according to a flyer in your possession, the morning news anchor for a channel called WQTV 12. Unfortunately, WQTV 12 has no online web presence whatsoever. You do find it listed on a giant list television call signs next to the city of Springfield under the heading Effingham County. You may need to do a deeper dive on a specific city and state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. The name of two different counties in the United States. One is in Georgia, the other is in Illinois. You'll probably need to append a state name to your search to find better results. Is Georgia GA? But I don't know the abbreviations. If I have to just type Georgia. There's a Springfield in Effingham County, Georgia. No shit, Sherlock. Okay. Springfield is the capital of Illinois. After perusing some of the results, you find that it is not located in Effingham County. So then we care about Effingham County, Georgia, I guess. So WQTV 12 should be from Springfield, Effingham County, Georgia? Back from Rome, you're pretty traveled out. Welcome back, Chow. Do I have to search like Springfield? What do you want? Georgia? You walked so many miles in Boston over the weekend. What'd you see, Ballet? What'd you get around to? Most of downtown. Springfield, Effingham County, Georgia. I already forgot what I tried and didn't try. Too much? Springfield, Georgia, maybe. Hold on. All right. So many lobster rolls. Well, this felt like completely unnecessary. I love a good lobster roll, but I bet you had to pay $30 for them at least, right? Especially in the city. It's too much money, right? Hey, that's just silly. When you refine your search to television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. The list seems to only feature broadcasts of female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked each using 3 categories, none are relevant. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. So that might have been her married name or maiden name. News anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Oh. So Flores, it must be her maiden name, I would guess. Compared to the ordeal you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. See, they knew. The game knew it was being a piece of shit. She was apparently the MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. Do a search for it, and it seems that some of the stories were compiled into a book simply titled 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Like that. An anthology of stories told on different storytellers of sisterhood. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-known received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale's editor, not the sole author. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence. Okay. I'm trying to remember all the connections here. Greta Jones complimented Barb Williams. What does Ayla Hale have to do with anything again? And then Ayla Hale wrote a book about the storytellers of sisterhood, who included Greta Flores, or Greta Jones. Oh no, it's long. The Beauty and the Brat. Barb Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. First part of her story focuses on two 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat. Is this like a true story? Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter, Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered at an animal rescue. I don't even know where Barb goes yet. But, well, okay. If I'm understanding correctly, this has to be Barb. That means Barbara Williams. She is a speaker? Public speaker? Cubic speaker? Because the sister didn't have kids, I guess. But why disowned? She has a daughter named Sharon, I think. Sherry Williams. Would that just be under Sharon? Is Sherry short for Sharon? I don't know if I knew that. Don't have a picture of her. What did she do? Always sulking, off, disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without even asking. Was entirely artistic, creative, and even volunteered at animal rescue. She continues to tell stories of the two girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Unless the story, isn't true? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. What are you talking about, Barb? Barb reveals that her daughter was the result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in the nice part of town. He went to the good school. To a teenage girl, it felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Oh Oh no, I'm so confused. Barb also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents said they took charge. I had to live at home and work at a part-time job. But they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English. And as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Oh, wow. Preganto. Hey, RB. Barb uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was the brat. And I wasn't wrong. But she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school. And her creativity allowed her to open up Sherry's hair. Yeah, search that. It took me far too long to realize the beauty was always there too. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth, and I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I am missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties of yourselves whenever the brat takes hold. There's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business says Sherry. Well, you know, Sherry has a large van and on the weekends can bring the style of Brittany, Christina, or even the Rachel to your door. The Rachel? Let me take a quick look here. Because I might be off somewhere here. Because Barb... I'm definitely lost somewhere. I feel like no, because they're married. Could this be Barb? This person didn't have a child. Barb can't be further down. Barb is not here. Barb cannot be here, it seems to me. It's possible Barb is married now. But then... no. This can't be Barb either way. So does Barb just go somewhere else entirely in the tree, maybe? 25? 25! I'm gonna guess Barb just goes somewhere else. I thought she was connected to Frank here. Frank, I can't recall now, though. I thought there was a connection there, though. This can't be Barb either. So Barb had a kid at a wedlock with a young teenage boy. So it can't really be Guy. Yeah. I'm not even positive about Bess here, honestly. She can't go here, though, either. Because her oldest would go here, and she never married the boy. So that doesn't add up. Unless... I mean, Barb's not this old. Barb ain't that old. Right? 1921? When was this published? Need a hint? I'll ask. 1986? We don't know how old Barb is there, but yeah, there's no way. She don't look that old. So, I mean, I should be able to deduce where Barb is somewhere in the tree here because she had a kid out of wedlock somewhere. It didn't necessarily have to be with a root tree. Maybe she's, but I mean, they give me a picture, so she's somewhere here in this tree. She's out there somewhere. She's out there somewhere, I tells ya. So you can usually deduce Christ's sakes. Where's a mention of parents here again? Once my life was over. I was her much older sister. I live at home, work a part-time job. Christ. I'm having a hard time, I'll admit. Motivational speaker. Ayla Hale was the editor. One of the stories by Barb Williams has been added to your evidence in 1986. I'm really puzzled where Barb fits into the tree right now. I'm struggling out here real bad. She seems to be connected to this Greta Flores, who is also known as Greta Jones, potentially. The Mothers and Daughters of Earth. Because Barb has to go somewhere in this stupid fucking tree. Barb has to go somewhere. We know that she has a daughter, very young, out of wedlock. So that means she can only be placed in very specific places within the tree, basically. So therefore, she cannot go here. So whoever's here had a kid within wedlock, and then a kid possibly out of wedlock or something. Can't go here. This is filled in. She's not old enough to have banged Elias back in 1920 right? Maybe she is. No, but Elias was already pretty old by 1921. Because he was supposedly a teenager too, whoever she was a-banging. She obviously doesn't go here. It doesn't really make sense that she belongs to Guy Hudson either. Like, there's no connection as far as we can tell. He wasn't a teenager. So where am I? No. Barb, how old are you? Seriously. Chris, give me a nudge. Dr. Shrinking Balls, you lost privileges, though. No nudges from you. Just Chris. If you're still here. If you're still awake. I mean, she's clear. Whenever this flyer's from, she's not that old there. What, 40? I gotta look at Frank Wildcat. Okay. He died age 74 and 96. Right, survived, but his daughters, Barb and Sharon. Oh, that's why there's a line here. Oh, so this is Barb. Oh, that line really confused me. / I didn't notice it. Barb is connected to their quote-unquote daughter. Second daughter here, right? Whose name is Sharon. Okay, it was close. That's why the guy's name is listed as John Doe, because we don't know. And she's a public speaker. Yay, progress. Bum, bum, do, do, do. Well, I have 40 minutes to finish the game. You think it's going to happen? I refuse to ever turn the game back on after this. We don't have a picture of Sharon. There's an alternate photo of Barbara somewhere. Bra. I have a lot to go. I don't even think I'm halfway through. Sharon Williams. Okay, where do I need to follow up here? Well, that helped me figure out Bra. There's a third mission. Can you imagine? The author... of that book seems kind of odd. Greta Flores or Greta Jones. Ayla Hale. I feel like this person is gonna wind up related, no? There's a second photo of her, which is interesting. Huh. Okay, is there a follow-up in here? Does she mention, like, the school she goes to? Animal shelter. Oh, right, Sherry's hair. You're right. Okay. You're right. Ah, that's sort of the issue that comes up with the game. And, like, the notepad thing, I guess, in theory, could help. I haven't bothered with it, though, admittedly. And maybe it's my own fault. But you're often given... There's usually, like, a list of 4 or 5 things you can take away. And you gotta take note of all the things and make sure you go back and double check them all. Or something like that. And then sometimes there's just some there's some annoying things around what they expect you to search. You know what I'm talking about? Especially like that Georgia thing. Like they knew they were being kind of shitty with that. So it's kind of funny also. But yeah, admittedly, I think the first mission felt a bit better. It didn't feel as, I don't know how to describe it. This one feels a bit more all over the place in a sense. There's a Sherry's Hair in Orlando. The owner of the business is listed as Sherry. I can't pronounce that. A large van. And on weekends can bring the style. Yeah. The About Sherry section is very, very long and presented as one paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense that if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. You mentioned that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Oh. Okay. She and he had never spent any significant time together until she became a widow and they built the charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. What? Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. His two listed accomplishments are that he's the oldest and he's a straight-A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently, his Little League team is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Library? And the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando, Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do your due, is a stylist for the show. Passage also mentions that her agent recommended they change her last name to York since it was easier to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got the part, but it seems unimportant to your search. Okay, Yastra something or another. So the husband's name, I don't think we know his first name, right? Yastremski, right? I'm gonna say. So they changed their names, but she changed her name. Were they born Yorks or they were born Yastremskis? Tony, Mark, and Cricket. The oldest is, they did say, literally. I'm going to say Cricket is the middle child. Says her oldest's name is Tony. Mark is mentioned for Little League. Oh, wait, she was married twice. Right. Oh, shit. The youngest... Yastrzemski might be in the wrong place. Oh. Now I'm not sure here. Yastrinsky. Cricket York is near the end, has an entire section dedicated to her. Yeah, Mark has to be the youngest. So this has to be Tony or Anthony. And I guess it's Yastremski. And this should be Cricket, which is a terrible name. Can we all agree? Yastremski. But Mark might have a different last name. Because it's a second husband whose name is Pete something, I think. You mentioned that her husband Pete and was her late husband's college roommate. So, if Cricket's last name had to get changed from Yastremski to York, then I feel like the first husband's name should be Yastremski, right? She is an actress, I guess. An actorb. I could probably search her name. Anthony was a... He's the oldest. He's a straight-A student. Still a student. So they're all students. Wouldn't you think then? Cricket York will search now. Cricket York. Library is a children's show filmed in a studio in Orlando, Florida. Has been in the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some other popular shows involving non-human performers, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it is paid for by donations from businesses related to education. It includes textbook manufacturers like Arithmetic, tutoring companies such as Educate-Chu, oh god, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. For what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and New Hampshire. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor because the show has been documented by a few fan sites. There's even a library web ring, though it only has 3 entries. Click through the sites in the ring and find that Cricket York joined the cast in '97 at the age of 5 and is still listed as a current cast member. Oh wow, she's really young. A picture of Cricket from one of our first episodes has been added to your evidence. I guess I'm not certain the order of the kids then. I can't tell if Cricket's the youngest or what yet. I guess I'll hold. So I have to search for this, I assume? Math textbook publishing company. They were in the news last year with the primetime news program did a full comparison of the 4th edition textbooks and their 5th edition textbooks from 1998. Schools were complaining that the 2 editions seemed remarkably similar, yet Arithmetic was charging almost double for the newer edition than they had in the previous one. The news program announced that between the 2 books, there were only 16 total changes. The most noticeable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. The other 15 were all instances of changing 4th to 5th. Oh, that's so shitty. And also, fuck you. Fuck textbooks. This even led to a geometry problem where the book asked students to calculate the 5th side of a triangle. Or a rectangle, even. That's funny. Okay, that's pretty funny. It seems unrelated, though. Is a tutoring service. They have a deal with the library and feature some of the actors from the show and pictures of their website. According to the site, they actually provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who was seen in a photo labeled Cricket and her brothers ready to learn from one of our talented tutors. You don't find much else about Educate-Chu, except that there seems to be a small subsection of library fans who were deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits on each episode. One writes, "I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate-Chu logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch the dial before a creepy laugh came on." What? I gotta see this thing. Hold on. This girl? No, that's Cricket York. I want to see it. Oh, I want to see it. But I want to see it. Is she the youngest? So we know that that's Tony Baloney. And we know that he's the oldest. Yeah, they just dangled it on us. I'm not sure the placements after that, though. They said Cricket should change her name. Logo in the corner. You see something kind of weird, but... Perfect student. All this really does is provide some photos. I don't see any additional information. They don't even have anything filled out on the paper, right? Where's the other photo? Nothing to see here. It's just, so we got 2 pictures of York. Why some people need glasses? And the puppet Poof Tail. Let's try search Pooftail? Ah, this has to be Cricket because there's multiple photos. Aha. Can we get some ahas? So they said to change her name for acting purposes, but it doesn't really make sense to me. They wanted to change her name to York, so York was not her birth name. You know what I'm talking about? Cheating? It's deduction. Get smoked. Would you call her an actor or a student? I don't think I have a picture of Sherry still. But if... You'd think that she would take the name of her new husband. The last name of her new husband. So something doesn't add up here. Something's wrong. I'm missing something. I don't know what. Wait. So maybe Yastremski is the new husband's name. Okay. So we don't know the name of the other. We can search Peter Yastremski, though. Damn, nothing. So I think that means that the new husband's last name is Yastremski. And the first husband's last name is a mystery. First and last name, I think. That's my understanding, which means their last names is also a mystery. Okay. Okay. Progress. You mentioned that her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Brags about the kids. Now, she really relocated from Miami to Orlando. I think we have something, a periodical for Miami, right? The Miami Mercury. So I gotta search Sherry. Fuck, I forgot. York is Cricket's second name. Well, I'm supposed to fill in birth names on the family tree. So they Cricket changed her last name to York at some point. Mercury went defunct in the 1950s. Shit. That's not good. All right. Sherry Yastremski, huh? I'm gonna try it anyway. Fuck it. Business watch. I wouldn't. Oh wait. Maybe Teen Blast has Cricket York or something like that in it. Yeah, there's got to be a reason. Wait. What if I just search Cricket York? Even. Wait, I already did this, didn't I? Yeah, that's how I found the educate you thing. Cricket York, Teen Blast, Starlet? Damn. Silver Screen Mag? Nothing. Don't know their last names. What about Pooftail? That raccoon. I thought that was the raccoon's name. Can't tell me there's nothing about Pooftail out there. You can't try to convince me of that now, can ya? Yeah, Pooftail. Lion sack of shit game. There's got to be more here, obviously. I just got to find the right connections. A few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Well, apparently that's a, you got filtered for saying pooftail, yeah. Wait, what is that? That's a bad term, apparently? Chat, be careful. I wasn't aware of that one. Is it? According to Twitch.television, it is. Get censored, chat. All right, Chris, give me a nudge. We're running out of time here. Yeah. Sometimes, I think in the UK especially, they might use the term POOF. Barb Flyer, there was some names. Oh yeah, did I never finish? I did the first two. Isabel Crosby. I thought I did search all three, but two of them came up as like nothing. Well, I never really finished Greta Jones, it felt. Vic Elmsworth, it turned out, what was his story? I went to Kikiwa Falls. Yeah, it kind of seemed like... Well, there's a Chris Elmsworth, which is weird, but there's also a Vic Elmsworth. According to his own personal page, he's apparently one of three brothers. All three of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikiwa Falls Gazette, and he tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of the articles he's written are archived on the site, including a long-form version of the review of Barb Williams' motivational show. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd, because she received a standing ovation. Barb started with a story about loss, specifically the loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, a cold, empty void that begins to creep into space where there once was light, because the light could never return exactly how it once was. She was the only option is to nurture a new source of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finishing by looping back around to her initial story, how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. The charity was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything that she could help to nurture it. Death of her son-in-law. Lanes Across America LA is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Yeah, in the United States, it's like the worst. It's like the worst. Like they do not accommodate for bikes. They don't even accommodate for pedestrians still. Anyway, LAA is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Pages and pages of news articles that mention Lanes Across America have a similar summary in them. LAA, formerly LAM, was founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since, Lanes Across America has grown, and they now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. The website for the charity has a picture of Drew. The photo has been added to your evidence. But Drew was her son-in-law. Is that what they said? Not a handsome fella, you know? Wait, is that what my hair looks like, Andy, right now? Because it's so long. Except a little less right here. Her son-in-law, which would be this guy, Drew Smith. Is that what they said? I guess it's Andrew. Andrew Smith. Nothing. Drew Smith. Same thing. No additional photo of Bra Bra. I guess it's not a dead end, but that hair's visible. I must have missed something, though, I feel. Pages and pages of articles that mention it. It's founded in 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Drew was biking. It now have offices in over 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. But that one periodical I have is too old. Go back. Vic is one of three brothers. He saw Barb talk. The biker who died was her son-in-law. Charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. So was the daughter involved with that charity? Do I just have to search that? I already searched the charity. Let me go back. Oh, of course. So, of course, now that means their last names are Smith. I still don't know. I have a picture of Sharon, though. I don't know if she counts as a student or an actor in this one. Now that I wind up here. Formerly LAM. Hold on, what's LAM? You learn that the word lamb means to hit someone. Name is too common of a word. Lanes across America. So it used to be called LAM for some reason. So the charity is called Lanes Across America, but it was formerly called LAM. So what could what could the M stand for? Lanes Across Miami. Aha! Aha! Can I get an aha? Formed in 87, became LAA in 1994. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Right, she was born Williams. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 92, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles has a full, uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. Seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of the wedding party of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who was the face of the charity. Boink, 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 boink. Is this the college roommate? Oh, that's weird. That's kind of weird, though, chat, right? Because she basically married the best man, it seems to me. I guess it's not that weird. Maybe it's not that bad. It feels a little weird, though. She is a stylist? She's like, she has to do with hair. Hairdresser, I guess. Kapang! I feel like it's particularly weird for the dude. Like, yeah, my best friend just died. Thinking of trying to shack up with his wife.
Hey there, it's us. So I just have to say, the work you're
Look,
doing
they're
here
hanging
is
out.
fantastic.
They look like cardboard cutouts.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new root trees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well,
Uh-oh.
consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
She says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
How does that
And
make
keep
things
up
better?
the good work.
All right. All right. Para yet. Barb. Okay, left side complete. There must be a way to follow up on this. You know what I'm talking about out here? You know what I'm talking about out here? Can't believe this game is still going. Yeah, this is like the second tree, yeah. Yeah, it's sort of like they had a phase 2 to the game. Do I have to look into... We found out who Dee's son is yet. Dee? Oh, why do I even read Twitch chat? It doesn't count. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. So it's Mary Clementine's older sister. Wait, something about attending a daughter's graduation, right? They must have mentioned the oldest daughter's name, I feel. Somewhere. And I just forgot it or something. I'm sick of looking up this fucking guy. Can I just say that, though? So tired of this man. Web on the web. What is this? Oh, right. Mary Webb. Did I ever search? This? Probably, right? No, I don't think I did search this. I don't think I did. I remember taking mental note of it, but I don't think I actually searched it. They're gonna send me a third Saks. Photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for businesses of all sorts. As far as you tell, it appears to no longer exist. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is the personal page of a member of an IRC photography channel. They have archives of logs they've been saving since 1993. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Please keep this on the subject of commercial photography. Photography magazine. Telephoto. All right, there's a lot to follow up there. What the hell was the name, chat? Val. I already forgot. Do I just search Val? Or do I search the company name? Or maybe I gotta find out more information. I have to find out more information first. What's LBP? Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy. We want a business, assumedly, that has to do with photography. Lincoln Baby Photography or Luxury Bridal Photography. Lincoln Baby Photography? It's a photography business, which is a good start. Unfortunately, it seems it's located in Ireland and its owner's name is Nicholas. He goes by Nick Luxury, but you doubt it. That's his real name. It's very likely that this is unrelated to what you're looking for. Fuck you, game. There's no way it's Lincoln Baby Photography. Aha! It is. A solid lead, as it mentions Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York, and on the site, it has a picture of a baby in a camera captured with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. At the bottom of the website, it says copyright $98.99. What? So Val... Ugly baby. Someone had to say it. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. We've got similar hair. We do not have similar hair. What do these people have to do with anything? I guess now I know his name is Val Lincoln. The only Val Lincoln with any kind of web presence is Valerie Lincoln, a realtor in Michigan. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between Valerie and the root trees. Cam Lincoln. Do I have a periodical in New York? Telephoto. Wait, did I ever finish that? Val Lincoln. Aha! Val Lincoln was featured in Telephoto, the cover, which featured one of his photos, as well as portions of the article have been added to your evidence. Put that down. Yo, sick photo, bro. U.S. Army Clementine. Aha! It's a photography magazine. This 1992 issue focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. What? But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch in his free periods to spend more time in the dark room. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell the story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover at the war decided to take a chance on him. Oh my god, this one's so long. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even left California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Sabre. According to the article, women were not subjected to direct combat, and Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the roadhead was partially destroyed, and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate, because that's the photo that won me an award, got me into your magazine, and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to become Mrs. Lincoln. Oh, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cute, Lisa. And so that's how she got connected. Military. That's how that photography business got connected to Mary. So his name is Val? All we know is that his name is Val. Lincoln. Son's name is Cam Lincoln. Ah, baby. Cam. Lincoln. It wasn't enough to fill anything because I need 5. But they're done. Cross them off, baby. So really, I just got the fucking spider web from Guy Hudson, who's a fuckwad. What's up, Tony? Sabre. Yeah, Sabre, right? I think I got them right, but I don't know where to go. Chris, give me a nudge real quick. We gotta rush this. We're gonna have to rush it. I'm gonna need some severe nudges. Mark Camus, baby. Oh, you're right, I didn't. Baby. Sabre, like the drink. Christine Farrow. I guess I'll start by just searching her name. Chris Raff 75 again. I did not. Why would I be expected to do that again? Prodigy sites seem to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people... Oh, wait. There was something that told me to look him up again. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania, moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me, and now he calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember, and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Do you ever meet the Rootrees? I used to know the Rootrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory's weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember, and what I only think I do, because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. How did you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it in the Roottree Curse website, and he emailed some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. He spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting another arm. Going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu's much better at spelling. Poor Clark. Okay, hold on. Aha. So this is a later photo when he adopted the same green suits as Elias. She has a tattoo of a flower on the back of her hand. Wait a minute. That's important for a reason that I don't remember. There was a flower pattern mentioned somewhere. Pokemon? Was it like Piketty? Definition: Piketty is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Okay. Does that mean her name is for some reason connected to Piketty, which was a magazine? Nah, I don't think so. Big reveal's actually done with the tree. It didn't really happen the first time. I think they gave us a little bit more info, but not a ton. I mean, this seems quite suspicious, right? Okay, well, this is his parents? No, it's some lady, he said. But this should be his father. just... Keep hearing a noise. Got another photo of him. It must have been later on. Is it Susan? Apparently it's some hippie. Hooftail, not again! I wouldn't think it would be her. We're not finishing this today? I think we just have to. Chat, start spelling it out for me. I can't continue on Thursday, because I'll forget too much of it. I won't know where to begin. Quick. Start spelling it out, baby. I did some of the Antonelli. Who? In the Butler times. Antonelli's. That was like a restaurant, right? It's an Italian restaurant that has been in the Butler counties twice. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. The puff piece from Valentine's Day. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband, Steve, was a chef at Antonelli's met years ago. Christine Garland. Right, I remember this now. So Christine Garland is her. Originally named Christine Farrow, but how do I find a picture of her is a bigger issue. Go search for her in the Butler. Oh, God, that would have been so hard to specifically find. Mark Zimmer have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Both were local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's Italian restaurant. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Both closed in 1992. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. All of them inform advertisements and listings of events. None of it seems relevant to your search, though Lauren Roottree did do a book signing in 1970. Search the internet? No. Steve Garland. He was sued by Steve Garland. He's mentioned in a couple of articles. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine when he worked at Antonelli's. I already got his name. The second is from months later, 1978, enlisting for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentioned that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month so that he can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 1991 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland. After Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book, Kitchen Tales, on television, his recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Stephen Garland would give students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although the recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook. What a piece of shit. In addition to additional stories that followed the same format. I said to spoil it because I'm out of time. Okay. So the hidden envelope. Fuck. Where do I go from here? What am I looking for? A picture of Stephen Garland's wife. Which sounds sinister. I can't leave it like this. I can't leave it on stream like this. I feel. I got a picture of her already. It's hard to determine whose, though, here. I guess that's not surprising, but I... You also got this angry looking lady in the back. There's another photo of someone here. And assuming this photo is older, right? So, because he's shaking hands with Zach. So should I just assume that that is Christine? No. Maybe. Thus, this woman would be her. Saving the rest for Thursday? I can't. I must? I can't, chat. We have things that we do. To do. The woman in the back? This woman? Orange, blonde hair, blue jacket. 2 glasses of champagne. Unless you mean the other woman. Oh, she's got the tattoo. She's got the tattoo. She's got the tattoo. She's got the tattoo, I tell you. So, whoever she is, she has 2 photos. She's also here in a much later photo. There's 2 photos, so I'm gonna guess it's Susan Ford then. Because whoever this is only has 1 photo. You only get 1 photo. It has to be Susan Ford then. Or, well, whoever's up here. Maybe that's not Susan, but... Okay. When new releases are there? No new releases. We're getting there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Something's wrong. Something's off. Because... No, I need 5 nowadays. Never mind. Not necessarily. I need 5, right? I think so. Don't know her name, but I could try to find another secretary's name who's married to a man. As you do. This is where it starts to get a bit annoying, not gonna lie. Trying to just search for the names of secretaries here. It's because it... Oh my god. It's someone who probably gets married in the middle of their tenure, right? Catherine Garrett was hired. Christine swapped to Garland there. These damn root trees, I tell ya. These goddamn root trees. Guess I have to finish on Thursday. Because I'm not close, really. Probably a couple hours away. Even if you spelled it all out for me. Something fun to end on? Sure. Yeah, it's looking like an hour or 2. And then we'll have time for the Hades thing later. The floozies? That sounds familiar, like something I was supposed to search. The Conquistador people? Oh, right. Beef Baby. Beef Baby! Don't delete .mp3! Even after solving the original Root Tree mystery, the thought of Beef Baby has stuck with you. It consumes your every waking moment. You must track down a copy. Oh god, not Beef Baby.
Trying to cut in. That's my price you've been eyeing. You thought you could win. You can quit all your crying.
All right.
All the lies you've been lying. Now it's come to this. Thought that we'd stay friends forever.
Their next game, this game only came out last year, by the way, January 2025. But their next game is slated to come out this year, called The Incident at Galley House. And I think we should play it on release. But I'm kind of surprised they're churning out another game so quickly. That's really quick. Wait, what? Is it a remake? The chilling detective game reimagined on Steam. The Incident at Galley House is based on the acclaimed text-based browser game Type Help, remastered for Steam by the creators of The Root Trees Are Dead. Still works out, I guess. I'll try it, at least. Alright, chat. I gotta go. Okay, here's the plan. I guess, because there's no stream tomorrow, sorry. We're gonna have to finish this game on Thursday. It shouldn't take us too long, hopefully, though. And then we're gonna try out that mod. Alright, we're gonna send it to our good friend V.me, because I gotta go. I have to know. I have to know. And it feels like I just gotta finish it on stream at this point. You know what I mean? You got me good. You got me hooked. Real bad this time, I gotta admit. Real bad. So we gotta polish it off real quick. So I'll see you Thursday, chat. Hugs and kisses. I gotta go, though. Other schedule changes? Nothing I can think of. I don't think so. Nothing next week. Chat, have a wonderful night. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you Thursday. Mwah. Bye!
Almost never know this, which is like